For yung chairs.
Yan.
Okay na yun, ayun ang YouTube ko.
Kailangan ba makita yung presentation? Hindi naman. Makita lang yung nangyayari.
Sin lang po.
Kasi masyado maliwanag yan, kaya ganyan.
Kaya ko siguro mas malayo, pero hindi na yata.
Okay lang yan.
Or kung maganda yung camera ko, kaya yan.
Yung ano nga po sana, yung video cam talaga.
Yung yan, pwede.
Yung ganun. Kaso walang available eh. Ay, sorry. Tingnan lang natin.
Hindi mo magana sa akin.
Kailangan pa rin yata na ay, yung audio. May audio siya. Ririnig nila tayo. Don't tell me, ayun lang yun.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to request everyone to please rise for the national anthems of Canada and the Philippines.
To
Thank you. Please take your seats. Good morning, everyone. Isang mapayapa at mapagpalang umaga po sa ating lahat. My name is Ryan Baptista and I'm happy to be your Master of Ceremonies in today's activities. Welcome to the National LED Forum on Growing Local Economies through Business-Friendly and Competitive Governance. This celebration is a collaboration among the Government of Canada's LGSP-LED project, the Department of Interior and Local Government, the Local Government Academy, and the Bureau of Local Government Development. It is indeed wonderful to see familiar faces, good friends, and partners who have been with this journey for 8 years. 8 years indeed. What can happen in 8 years? That is a big question. Well, to start, 8 years ago, I had a 2020 vision. Now I have to wear this. In the Philippines, the span of 8 years, we can expect at least one national election if there's no major people power movement happening in between transitions. At least 2 cycles of local elections or anticipating yet another cycle. We may also experience at least 160 typhoons, on average 20 in a year. Experience an economic growth from 4% to an average of 6 to 7%, depending on some statistics that we look into. A positive movement in our global competitiveness ranking by nearly 25 notches, 71 in 2008 and 47 in 2015. We can fact check this later with our good friend from the National Competitiveness Council, co-chair Bill Luz. In a span of 8 years, we can also experience a much warmer weather, say by 1 to 2 degrees warmer or more in terms of heat index. Yesterday was such a hot day for all of us. 8 years can indeed make or break a country's journey to inclusive growth, but more importantly, it can also enable local businesses to flourish, investments to thrive and expand, sectors to become globally competitive, and jobs created while skills are being harnessed to improve incomes and quality of life for our kababayans. 8 years takes us to a special place like this, with our friends, peers, and partners in celebrating both the triumphs and challenges of championing local economic development. And on that note, I think all of you deserve a big warm applause. Let's give each other a warm applause for being part of this incredible journey. I'm sure all of us have mixed feelings as we celebrate the milestones of the local government support program for LED. Or should I say, your milestones for the past 8 years. As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. But in the case of the LGSP-LED program, we are certain that this project will not end just yet without a bang. So welcome to our friends and partners who have been in this journey for the past 8 years. This is indeed a special celebration of collaboration, teamwork, and groundbreaking movement in championing not just improved local governance and economic conditions for all of us, but more importantly in cultivating and supporting transformation and change in pursuit of inclusive development. And it's my pleasure to get this celebration started to welcome a man who is no stranger to all of us, and that means he needs no further introduction. He has been an instrumental force behind the management of this partnership between the Government of Canada and the Philippines. His wisdom has indeed enabled critical successes in the project from its inception to its execution. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome the Honorable Austere Panadero, Undersecretary of the Department of Interior and Local Government, for his opening remarks.
Maraming salamat, Ryan. Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And may I greet our partners from the Canadian Embassy, the Head of Cooperation, Global Affairs Canada, Mr. Stephen Weaver. Ms. Genevieve Arcelin, the First Secretary of the Embassy of Canada. Assistant Secretary Alan Canisal, our partner from DOD, and Secretary Herman Petico, our partner from DAR, and all our colleagues with other government agencies. Sa ating pong mga Local government officials are here. Kindly raise your hands. And representatives, thank you for joining this event today. And of course, one of the champions of our drive for national competitiveness, the chairman of the co-chair of the NCC, Mr. Bill Luz. So sabi ni Ryan, we are in a celebratory mode. So welcome to this celebration. Napakahaba nga ng 8 taon, but indeed it was a very fruitful 8 years of doing local economic development in our different local governments. An author, I think you're familiar with his name, Stephen Covey, says we have to begin with an end in mind. There is value always in being clear at the start of the results we want to achieve. But today, as we come to close 8 years of fruitful implementation of the local governance support program under the auspices of the Canadian government, I would rather we take the reverse philosophy of Stephen Covey and reflect, why don't we end with a new beginning? I say so because LGSP has made inroads in local economic development with partner LGUs, for which I congratulate local officials and other stakeholders who made this happen. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat, especially for all of you who traveled to join us today. We are accumulating your experiences and insights, and DILG is putting this together to come up with a full LED package. I refer to a set of policies, resources, approaches, and tools inspired by your good practices and reflections that will help us take LED forward to the rest of the LGUs, especially in the light of the ASEAN economic community. Just the other day, I think, one of the headlines that caught my attention from one of the prominent newspapers in the Philippines is this, and I quote, "The Philippines is likely to grow 6% in 2016. This is from a New York-based think tank called Global Source, who based its assumptions on the platforms of presidential aspirants, plus our increasing infrastructure spending. And if you heard from pronouncement of our economic managers, the national government is trying to hit infrastructure spending not at 5% of GDP, which is the international norm, but at 7% of GDP. And if you look closely at annual international competitiveness indices, there's so much confidence in the Philippine economy now more than ever. I think Bill can enlighten us more on that later. But let me just cite a few so everyone gets a sense of how we compare with others. We have improved in World Bank's paying taxes index from top 143 in 2012 to top 126 out of 189 countries in 2015. That means people are willing to give their share for the development of our country. We have moved upwards in the Global Competitiveness Report of the World Economic Forum from 52 in 2014 to 47 out of 140 countries in 2015. In addition, we improved our position in the travel and tourism competitiveness, also the World Economic Forum, from number 82 in 2013 to number 74 out of 141 countries. What these indices tell us is that there is so much confidence on the Philippines, and we have to keep this up, if not do so much more, to keep the momentum going, to increase the size of the economy, create jobs for all, and reduce poverty. But this also means we have to do our part at the local level, and this is the mindset and the capacity LGSP-LED has tried to impart us in the last 8 years, and for which it has generated a lot of meaningful results. Congratulations, maraming salamat sa LGSP. That's why this forum is a harvest of some sort. We will listen to national and local leaders at the forefront of LED in the Philippines about preparing local economies for ASEAN economic integration, building vibrant, inclusive, sustainable, and resilient local economies, as well as climate change and mitigating disaster risk, among others. And as we harvest lessons, insights, and way forward, agreements for LED, we also take time to pause and celebrate the good that we have done. We will therefore recognize LED champions in an awarding ceremony later. Finally, we would like to express our deepest appreciations to the Canadian government for assisting us with the works and contributions of LGSP-LED. Indeed, the partnership has been meaningful, as it has always been, to the work of the DILG on improving good local governance and raising competitiveness at the local level. The same appreciation goes to the LGSP-LED staff, resource institutions, experts and partners, both from Canada and the Philippines. And to all of us here, particularly our LGU partners, our friends from the private sector and our bureaus, regional offices and staff from the DILG, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Indeed, it is exciting to end with a new beginning, especially if the level of confidence, optimism, and commitment is high in driving local economies to be competitive. Maraming salamat at magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Let us celebrate.
Thank you very much, Yusek Panadero, for that very inspiring message. Indeed, the Undersecretary emphasized that we are not ending, we might be ending the 8 years of substantive and important milestones we have gathered in this program, but we are beginning something new in terms of realizing new opportunities and milestones for all of us. I'll do a quick exercise with all of you before we go to the first plenary. I'd like you to just, you don't need to stand, I'd like you to just look at your right and your left. Exercise them our heads, do it 1, 2, 3. And wherever you're looking, one way or another, the person seated beside you to your right or to your left has been an important individual or participant to this program. You might have worked with each other. So it's good to acknowledge the partnership, the friendship that we have cultivated over the years. You may turn to your left, to your right, or behind you, at your back, or tap the person in front of you and say, "Job well done, my friend. We made it in the last 8 years," and I'm sure all of you, all of us here are fulfilled, if not, are very much happy with how the 8 years have turned out for all of us. So again, congratulations to all of you. The success of this program would not have been possible if not for your individual contribution and the efforts that we have made as a team. So again, I think we deserve a big round of applause for that. I'd just like to remind everyone as well, I mean, I can see everyone looking sharp and elegant, which is really fantastic because we are also streamed live over LGSP-LED's YouTube channel. So after the proceedings today, you can visit the YouTube channel of LGSP-LED. Just log on to youtube.com/user/LGSP-LED page. So you might be seeing your faces in the channel. To begin with, we are now proceeding with the main, event in our celebration today. We are here, we're not just gathered here to celebrate the milestones and the important successes of the program, but we're here as well to continue the knowledge sharing as well as opportunities to collaborate and network with each other. And what a better opportunity to take advantage of your presence is through a dialogue and sessions where we would understand better the roles and opportunities ahead of us. So we will begin with the first plenary entitled Supporting Business-Friendly and Competitive Local Governments for ASEAN Economic Integration. Coming from the successful chairing of the APEC by the Philippines in 2015, next year is yet another milestone or important year for our countries to chair the ASEAN its golden anniversary. At the helm of this important milestone, we are confronted though with some challenges of integrating with our regional neighbors. Since the 31st of December last year, ASEAN integration has been in full effect, and we are now technically with the rest of our neighbors in ASEAN considered a single market of more than 600 million consumers. In the midst of ASEAN integration, how do we support business competitiveness? How we bring our MSMEs or micro and small and medium enterprises to a level where they can access new markets and be part of the ASEAN regional supply chain. Let's get things rolling. I'm pleased to introduce our moderator for this session. She is currently the Program Director and Urban Planner with the CIU, or the Canadian Urban Institute. With over 20 years of experience, she has been managing multi-stakeholder projects as well as strategic initiatives towards cities and municipalities around the world, including projects on planning, local economic development, local governance, strengthening sustainability, planning, and policy development in the Caribbean, Latin America, Africa, Eastern Europe, and of course, in Asia. Under her management, CUI has gained a reputation for establishing strong partnerships that help cities and other communities tackle complex local development challenges and get on a trajectory for transformational change. The use of civic engagement, capacity building, best practice research, GIS mapping, and knowledge sharing has become a signature of CUI's partnership projects. Ladies and gentlemen, to moderate plenary one, may I please welcome on stage Ms. Lisa Kavikia, Program Director of LGSP-LED Canadian Urban Institution. Lisa?
Did everybody hear my belt? I'm going to introduce our panel, and I think the panel really needs no introduction because I'm sure all of you know the panel already, but I'll do the protocol anyway. So first I'd like to bring up Guillermo Luz, Sir Guillermo. He, as you all know, is co-chair of the National Competitiveness Council, and that is a joint public-private sector task force to improve the competitiveness of the Philippines. And, you know, following on what Yusek Panadero said, he's obviously doing a very good job. He is also senior advisor of the Philippine Disaster Resilience Foundation and the lead coordinator of the 2015 APEC National Coordinating Council. And he has also served in senior positions with Ayala Corporation, Ayala Foundation, and Makati Business Club. In 1999, he was awarded the 10 Outstanding Young Men for public service, and in 2015 received a Presidential Medal of Merit. Welcome. Next, we have Director Ana Liza Moragua, who's the Director of BLGD, the Bureau of Local Government Development for DILG. And this department, or this division, leads the development and formulation of policies, programs for the capacity development of LGUs. And this seeks to enable LGUs to pursue local economic development through investment promotion and job creation. She also supervises a number of programs that enhance capacities of local government for greater autonomy and also to encourage the good performance through a performance incentive program. She holds a master's degree in public administration with a major in local and regional government and has a background in statistics. Welcome, Director. And finally, our third panelist is Maribel Sasson-Zendillo, and she is the Executive Director of the Local Government Academy, which is the training and capacity development arm of DILG. She also consults for the Asian Development Bank and the UN the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, among other things that she consults with. She also serves as the president of, now this is one of the toughest acronyms that I've run across in my 20 years of working in the Philippines. So the Local Government Training and Research Institute Philippine Network, Logo Trifilnet. It's almost as long as the actual. Director Sasson-Zendillo holds a master's degree in development management and with a background in education. She also received a scholarship to study conflict management and post-conflict recovery at the University of York in the UK. She is a Civil Service Commission PAG-ASA awardee, recognizing the ideals of excellence, professionalism, and integrity in public service. So we're going to have each of the panelists speak for a few minutes, and then we're going to moderate a discussion. And I'd really like the audience to participate in that discussion. So I encourage you to think about questions that talk to Philippines competitiveness, particularly as it relates to ASEAN. And we're going to have a strict time limit because we've got a lot to cover today. So my colleagues at the front here, for my panelists, right here, they will be motioning you with signs, right? Please wrap up, etc., etc. And I've been asked to be very strict about the time, so I'm sorry. Forgive me in advance if I cut you off. So we'll ask Director, do you want to sit? It's up to you.
Thank you, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you know, I head the National Competitiveness Council, and our job is to be acting in advisory capacity to make the country more competitive. And my general view has been that we should look at local competitiveness as the building blocks for national competitiveness. So let me focus my discussion on how we work on local competitiveness. Okay, first, just to be clear, what do we compete for anyway? I think that's the first question. And as a country, and as cities, as the LGUs, we should compete, for the following. We compete for investments, okay? Foreign investments and local investments, but we compete for that. And view this in the context of an ASEAN economic community, not competing one city in the Philippines versus another city for an investment that stays within the country anyway. We compete for trade, in this case, merchandise trade, and as a country, we're lagging in both the FDI and in the trade area as a country. We compete for jobs, in this case, service jobs. This is service export. And here we are very competitive worldwide, number one in the voice market and moving up very quickly in the non-voice market. We compete for tourists. So in a sense, we're competing for people. We're competing for tourists to come here. And we have been making, gaining a lot of ground in that area, pushing close to 6 million tourists last year, just under 6 million, moving well ahead of pace this year, and playing a very good catch-up game here. But we're also competing for people, in this case, our own people. If our country is not competitive, our city is not competitive, we tend to lose our own people to more competitive places where there are jobs generated. So far, 10 million people have, if you want to call it, voted with their feet, leaving the country to work overseas. And we're also competing for our own image and our own brand. So this is our brand. It's more fun in the Philippines. I understand a new brand has been pitched and reviewed last week, or this week rather. I don't know what it's going to be, but it's going to be easily as good as this one, if not better. So this is a brand. So like a company, we compete on a brand and an image. So where do we stand in this competition? NCC, we track 12 indicators from the World Economic Forum's Global Competitiveness Index to the IFC World 9 Ease of Doing Index, the Travel and Tourism Report, a Global IT Report, a Gender Gap Report. We track at least 12. And for the 12, I'm pleased to tell you that 9 indicators out of the 12, we have been up over the last 5 years. Okay, it's on an uptrend, and we have been. That is a big feat for the country, because normally we were either holding steady or dropping, and we once upon a time started in the bottom third of the world. Okay? And if you're looking at 145 to 190 countries, to be the bottom third of your own class doesn't say much about the country. Our goal has been to move into the top third, and we needed to begin to move in a big way. So at least for these 4, we have overtaken between 38 and 45 countries on these 4 indicators. Actually, if we factor in the Travel and Tourism Report, we've also overtaken roughly 25 countries in the last 5 years. So for these 4, these are the largest improvements or one of the largest improvements globally among all countries studied, about 190 countries. So I think this is a big step forward. But as I mentioned, it's local competitiveness which I view as the building block for countries. So take a look, where does an LGU fit in some of these things? In the ease of doing business, which is a key measure by World Bank IFC, these are the areas where we have had great improvements. Dealing with construction permits, getting electricity, getting credit, and resolving insolvency. On at least 2 of those, local governments, I think, have hand in construction permits and getting electricity. This requires an interaction between local governments and the electric utility or a national agency. Getting credit, which is really credit information, and resolving insolvency, there's no problem. That's all national agency. But if we take a look at where we have dropped, next slide, where we have dropped, these are the areas where we have dropped on the ease of doing business indicator. So take a look again, where does the local government play a hand or have a role here? Starting a business, yes. There are some local government permits. Registration of property, yes. Protecting minority investors, no. Paying taxes, this is mainly a measure of national government agencies. Trading across borders is mainly a measure of customs, and enforcing contracts is a measure of the court system in a city. So these are the areas that need improvement. So what's the challenge for the Philippines to build up local competitiveness? We need to build more engines and more drivers, more cities. We can't build on 3 cities. We need to build more. It's good for inclusive growth, and it's good for dispersal of opportunity. So we, as you know, run the City Municipality Competitiveness Index. Last year we rated 1,120 LGUs. Next awarding date, 14th of July this year, and our target is 1,500 cities. So I hope your cities are in here. We also are planning a livable cities project to plan and implement livable, sustainable, and competitive cities, and cities where people want to live, to work, to invest, and to visit. These are the activities of this program: an annual forum, quarterly technical workshops, online content, a design challenge competition, and a hackathon crowdsourcing. These are the topics, basically green growth, disaster resilient public facility, meaning this is what needs to be designed in the competition, or urban mobility. And we'll run this for 3 years. We have talked to many partners, corporates, and embassies, including the Canadian Embassy, I'm pleased to announce, and everybody sounds very gung-ho to do this project. Okay, so let me just say that there are lessons to be learned from all of this, but I won't go through all 11, but let me say one thing for cities, and it's lesson number 6. The competition never sleeps. So don't ever rest. If you think you're good, you think you're number 1, suggest you don't rest, because someone is always behind you to bump you off. So the competition never sleeps. It happens for the country, it happens for companies, and it happens for cities. Thank you very much.
Salamat po. Masyadong strict to si Gladys sa time. I'm tasked to present building business-friendly and competitive LGUs, achievements, and opportunities. The Philippine economy posted solid growth last year in 2015, generated by strong domestic demand despite a drag in net exports. For the first time in the last 40 years, according to NEDA, National Economic Development Authority, our country has grown to an average of 6.2% in the last 6 years, the highest since the 1970s. And because of this, the country has reversed the image of the sick man of Asia to the one that has the largest jumps in global competitiveness. The Philippines bears the unique distinction of being the most improved country across 4 major ratings, as presented earlier by Mr. Bill Luz. According to him, plus 39 in Transparency International Corruption plus 39 in the Heritage Foundation Economic Freedom Index, and plus 38 in the World Economic Forum Global Competitiveness Index. And these plus ratings from global indices have also been reinforced by the optimism and confidence of our people, with plus positive 4 rating indices change in the quality of life for the first time since immediately after its People Revolution in 1986. In addition, 76% of people surveyed by the SWS in 2015 were also generally satisfied with how democracy works, no matter how imperfect. According to DBM Secretary Abad, during the last NCC awarding July last year, none of these gains would have been possible if not for the leadership and commitments of local government units. The local governments are vital to global competitiveness. To be a competitive country, the cities and municipalities have to be competitive as well to attract investors and create employment that lead to local economic development. As emphasized by Mr. Luz earlier, local competitiveness are the building block for national competitiveness and our bid for global competitiveness. The state of local economic development involves synergies of stakeholders purposely to establish an environment conducive for investments, employment creation, and opportunities for people to improve their quality of life. LED offers government, both national and local, business sector, non-government sector partners, and local communities in a locality that work together to create better conditions for economic growth, employment generation, and improved quality of life. LED encompasses a range of disciplines including physical planning, business development, infrastructure provision, and financial management. The LGU's role in securing economic well-being for the constituents under Section 17 of the Local Government Code reiterates the challenge to local government units to assume proactive roles in promoting and facilitating sustainable economic development through instituting enabling processes, regulatory frameworks, and institutional support mechanisms which caters the essential components of a sustained inclusive growth. The traditional role of local governments as service provider is now expanded to explicitly include economic development promotion as a legitimate and necessary function. In conjunction, the private sector as engines of development plays an important role in providing the links for investment, providing better job opportunities, and decent incomes for the people in the community. The DILG assists local government units to become business-friendly and competitive through improving their capacity and set mechanisms in place in engaging business sector, promoting local trade and businesses, and generating employment. The need for LGUs to engender and nurture a culture of business friendliness and competitiveness abound. Several modalities of engagement need to be maximized, and this range of modalities of engagement includes the following. First, updating of the land use plans of local government units and the zoning ordinances, as well as the sectoral plans which guide the location and focus of investments. The ultimate role of land use and sectoral planning is to promote a balanced environment, social and economic welfare that meets the needs of the current and future generation. Land use planning provides a means of legal control over changes in land uses and provides opportunities to allocate land use to areas best suited to an economic activity, while sectoral plans are concrete actions by specifying in more detail the various investments and activities to be implemented to address the requirements of the various sector. Second, formulation of appropriate investment and revenue generation policies consistent with national investment policies. The need for appropriate investment and revenue generation policies at the local level in sync with national policies is greatly needed. A regulatory framework that responds to the challenge of local government units to fully marshal local taxing, regulatory and proprietary powers to generate revenues to finance basic services has to be established. Central to this would be the capacity and the commitment of political leadership, the responsiveness of local ordinances, and the implementation of mechanisms and competence of the local government bureaucracy. The most urgent issue here is the propensity of some local government units to maximize revenues and regulatory measures that already are to the detriment of local businesses. There is a need to balance the power to levy taxes, fees, and charges, and the goal of attracting businesses that will bring investments and jobs to the locality. Third, streamlining transactional services. In most local government units, business owners are burdened and discouraged by the long, confusing, inefficient transactional processes, such as applying and renewing the business permits. This situation has become disincentive to new entrepreneurs and investors to locate their businesses in the Philippines, and particularly in a local government units. Likewise, cumbersome business permitting system and processes also encourage the proliferation of the so-called underground enterprises in the areas. As a result, these LGUs in turn losing out in their bid to generate higher revenues from the particular local government income source. And fourth, institutionalizing leading structure and systems on local economic investment and incentive promotions, like the Local Economic Investment and Incentive Code, the Local Economic Investment Promotion Officer. The local economic promotion can be best advanced with the help of a dedicated local economic and investment promotion officer, or better yet, an office who is in charge of promoting the locality as business location for investors. Given the huge impact of emerging role of LAPO on local economy, it is important that LAPOs acquire appropriate competencies to be effective in its functions in promoting their localities. And rapid training needs assessment conducted by Project Invest of the USAID reveals that there is a high to very high need to build the competencies of LAPOs. The study made apparent the instability of the tenure of the LAPOs, the potential downside of a LAPO being designated by a mayor or local chief executive, whether formally or informally, is that the position may be coterminous with that of the local chief executive. Being the case, the gains of any capacity building intervention is not retained by the LGU but lives with the functionary. In order for any local government units to maximize the knowledge and learnings provided by training programs on economic growth and investment promotion, it must be provided to personnel with tenure as well as those with long-term commitment to the government service. Fifth, time's up. Marami pong salamat.
Gandang umaga po. Ilang minuto tayo? 7 minutes? I'll do it in 5. Okay. We saw the very nice report shared with us by the National Competitiveness Council through Honorable Luz. The points we saw there were points created by institutions. They were points created by people manning institutions, among others, the local governments. Sumalaga yung tao. Therefore, whatever the plans are, only the plans can move only if there are people moving the plans. And this will be highly dependent on capacity of people. So the program that has been developed in the LGSP-LED in the last 8 years is an important component of the continuing work that we have to do as a country. Capacity, as we define it, will look at 5 pillars. The policy, which has been discussed earlier by Anna. The structure, the systems and processes, individual competencies, and finally, I think a very significant pillar of capacity is leadership. That's why we need LED champions that would shepherd the process of local economic development. So the LED for LGUs program is really a framework that would allow everyone guidance on what to develop and what to implement in terms of capacity building for local governments. So it's a guide not only for people in government that are doing capacity development, but it's a guide for the whole market of capacity development to include various players in capacity development. It's a framework that would allow us to coordinate with each other so that we do not duplicate, we do not compete negatively with each other, and it's a framework that would allow us to harmonize the delivery of LED training programs to LGUs. It will also serve as a tool that could achieve the desired outcome of one of the ILG's outcome areas, which is building business-friendly and competitive local governments. So the program will allow all stakeholders of local economic development to examine the need for innovative, results-oriented, and client-driven LED champions in local governments. Why do we have to do that? We do not want a program that is so generic that people will not really benefit from it. It has to be needs-driven. The program will also allow formulation of enabling policies to improve organizational systems and processes in building a competitive and business-friendly environment among local governments. And again, given the experience we have in LGSP and the abundance of tools and learnings that have been generated, we'll be able to utilize these tools in the development of a sustainable and inclusive LED strategy and initiatives. Application areas that have been identified and have been tested, as we all know, in the last 8 years are in agribusiness, tourism, and business processing outsourcing. So, yung tatlong yun have been at the heart of the LGSP-LED initiatives. Okay. What you see in the screen is the simple resource chain that has been formulated for the program. At the end of this whole intervention, we would want to see sustainable and inclusive local economic development. How do we achieve that? We need certain results, define certain results, such as increase in investment and employment, and improve business-friendly and competitive local governments. That can only happen if we can improve capacity of local governments and let stakeholders to engage the business sector, promote local trade and business, and generate employment. As I mentioned earlier, the application areas based on the 8 years experience would be business retention and expansion, agribusiness development, sustainable tourism development, and other LED requirements like climate change and disaster risk reduction and management. We need to focus on certain LED essentials in capacity development, and these are 3 basic essentials. These are creating LED champions. That's why part of the program that we have is really engaging the decision makers in local economic development. Building business-friendly and competitive local governments, that means looking at policies, systems, and procedures, and developing sustainable LED strategy. For each of these components, there are already developed modules that have been running in the past few years, and these are available already with the DILG and the Local Government Academy. Materials have been developed. Materials have been developed that can be made available to those that would want to use them. In the LGSP-LED experience, and at this point I would like to really thank the LGSP-LED and the team that has shepherded the program. We were part of the program at the very beginning. So we're looking at, taking in the ball and be able to dribble it effectively. Because at the beginning we were part of the creation of the ball. Rather than, you just turn it over to us and expect us to dribble it. So part of the work that we have done was look at delivery approaches so that we can sustain the delivery of this program. Certain learning methodologies have been developed. Innovative methodologies have been developed. We have the face-to-face training with workshops and seminars. Online learning and webinar series has also been developed. This is complemented with workplace coaching, mentoring, benchmarking, and study tours, and therefore a blended way of learning. An online portal has been developed for LED to enhance access of institutions and individuals who would want to enhance their capacities. How do we deliver? What are the strategies that are in place? We've established partnerships and regular dialogue with the business sector and industry players. This has to continue so that, again, we continuously enhance the content of the program. We have created a consortium of local resource institutions that can help us in the implementation of the program. Organization and certification of coaches is something that we continuously are working on, and encouraging peer mentoring among local chief executives in the country for local economic development. My time is up, and I have to do the last slide. Let me end by sharing with you wisdom from Ekala. When learning is purposeful, creativity blossoms. When creativity blossoms, thinking emanates. Knowledge is fully lit. When knowledge is lit, the economy flourishes. Maraming salamat.
Well, thank you to our panelists. So why don't we give a round of applause for all three panelists? And I think actually I'd love to have that last slide back on the screen while we have our discussion. I think it was really inspirational, and I think it's really the key of what we're trying to achieve here. So I thought it was interesting that Sir Luce said that the competition doesn't sleep. And I think that Director Maribel and Director Anna show that the work that they've been doing is going to continue. And this is something that we've been working with DILG for the last 8 years, is that it's not, this project is really not about the 8 years, it's about everything that happens after the 8 years. And so I think that that was really well said. We're opening up the floor to questions, but I'd also like to say that even if you don't have a question, but you'd like to continue the discussion by saying something that that the panel might respond to, I would encourage you to go to one of the microphones. We have a few minutes for questions and discussion, so I'd encourage you. Does anybody have anything to say right away? I was great, because I was going to ask you to say something anyway, so Governor Lito, you could go to the right. It's behind you.
Thank you. Yeah, I knew you were looking at me. Anyway, good morning to the panelists. I'd like to address this question to my cousin Bill. Hi, Bill. This is the lesson that we learned from the Bacolod case. Remember when Bacolod dropped by so many ranking numbers in the competitiveness of last year or 2 years ago. And I remember talking to the mayor, and he said, well, we didn't want to join the competition, the ratings that year because we were not ready to submit the needed data. My question would be, from your experience, how do you gauge the level of interest and commitment and capability of the mayors when it comes to the competitiveness ranking? Are they taking this seriously? And what would your comment be about a city that fails to take it seriously? What would be the consequences?
Thank you for the question, Lito. We talked about this last year, and the mayor also called me last year about this. First of all, in answer to your second question, the mayor's taken it extremely seriously. When we started the program only in 2013, prior to that we had no rankings. The first year we moved up to 285 LGUs, and purely voluntary. The second year we doubled that to 535 LGUs, again voluntary. The third year we doubled it again to 1,120, again voluntary. We want to bring it up to about 1,500 this year, which is pretty well, 80+% of the country. It's always been voluntary, and I always plan to keep it voluntary. People have told me, why don't you get the ILG to put out a departmental order to compel the mayors to do it? I said, we prefer to work with the willing, okay, who want to come in. And I think those who are willing to compete, they will do better than those who are forced to compete. However, I must qualify that. You cannot afford to not compete. Okay, you will not get noticed if you do not compete. And my rule is, once you enter and compete, you cannot exit. Okay. In the stock market, when your company is listed, you have to submit your financial data every year to the public, to the stock market. If you want to delist, you can get out of the market, but you can't re-enter the market. So it's not like you have a bad year, you want to leave the market so no one sees what's happening. You have a good year, you enter the market so you can show off. Okay? It doesn't work that way. People need to track your track record over time. There's a time series people are looking at. So you cannot afford to get out. So my view has always been, you must submit once you start and be committed. If you don't, you won't get noticed by investors. Now, in the case of Bacolod, for instance, Bacolod several years ago was not on the Next Wave Cities report of the IBPAC, the BPO industry. As a result of getting into the Next Wave Cities report, they were evaluated by BPO companies to set up. If they never got into that list, they would never have been really evaluated. Today, I don't know how many seats, BPO seats Bacolod has, maybe close to 10,000 seats. I see Convergence there, I see a few big companies. Just remember this, 10,000 seats pumps in about 180 million compensation income a month into your city. You don't want to compete? Kiss that 180 million goodbye. It's as simple as that. If you want it, compete. If you don't want it, don't compete. But 10,000 seats, average salary of 18,000 a month, that's about 180 million in compensation income. Just think of what that does for the local economy in terms of all the knock-on spending by newly hired people in that city. So I would say it's a choice mayors make to compete or not compete. I advise all the time to compete. That's how you get noticed. And I must say the competition is not one city in the Philippines versus another city in the Philippines. The competition is regional, it's global. You're competing, eventually, you know, a competition of Bacolod versus Iloilo, that's intramurals. The competition is really, you know, Bacolod versus Penang, or Bacolod versus Bandung, or Bacolod versus Yogyakarta, or Chiang Mai. You need, the competition is against another ASEAN city. It's not competing against ourselves. That's just the practice run.
Well said, and I think it goes back to your point that the competition never sleeps. So even if the city is doing well one year, it doesn't mean anything the next year. Yes, exactly, good point. I think one of the other themes that was picked up by all three panelists was the theme of people. That Sir Guillermo said that talked about labor mobility. I think that's always been an issue, as all of us know, in the Philippines. With labor, 10 million, something like 10 million Filipinos working outside of the Philippines. Director Anna and Director Manuel talked about building lead champions and the role of local economic and investment promotion officers in cities or in cities and municipalities, and how that can build up. So we're talking again about people, training and capacitating people, and building that, and the idea of building that quality of life in the Philippines so that labor stays put, because nobody wants their aunts and cousins and daughters and sons to be outside of the Philippines. We all want to be together here. So does anybody have anything?
Provincial Planning Coordinator of the province of Iloilo. Over our 8 years experience with LED, we could say that undisputably, the strength of the local economic development is in the local government unit. While memorandum circular has been issued by DOLG, enjoining LGUs to create LED units and designate LIPOs, but such is dependent on the incumbency of the one who issues the circulars, such as the ING secretary. Now, to institutionalize LED in the local government unit, I think nobody could dispute that the law should have to be passed to achieve its permanency, meaning, a law has to be passed. My question is there a current initiative in such direction, meaning somebody from Congress or from Senate proposes or passes a bill to create a local economic development unit and appoint a local economic investment promotion officer in the local government unit?
Thank you for the question. We really see the need for the permanency of a LAPO, capacitated LAPO with a security of tenure, so that the competency will be retained in the local government units. As of today, we are planning, well, the ILG's, there is the ILG's effort on revising or updating the memorandum circular and preparing an executive order for the designation of a LAPO. So far, there has none yet from among the legislature who has taken the issue to be part of their legislative regime. So maybe we can lobby to our congressmen and congresswomen to make it one of their priority bills in Congress.
So I wonder if we go back to what Sir Luz was saying about how these things should be voluntary, and if you want to compete, then do we really need to require LGUs to be enabled? So, I mean, shouldn't an LGU do this on their own? Do they need the memorandum circular?
Yeah, that's been my question. I mean, forgive my ignorance, I don't know if it's laws required. My view is there's a risk to waiting for a law to be written up. You could wait till who knows. So, I think if you want to compete, cities make these decisions. local chief executives make these decisions. I wouldn't even wait for, all due respect to the ILG, but I really would not wait for a circular. Because there's nothing that holds you back from doing it. I mean, a circular will help you, but tell me, how many people actually follow circulars? Do 100% of people really follow circulars? I have my doubts. I really think that it's better to move on your own. And Iloilo is a great example. The city has done a great deal. I don't think we have a law and that does all the things that enable you to do all the things you want to do. The city just moved and has done a great job. So I would say, don't wait. Move ahead, forge ahead. It's a competition.
So I wonder if anybody from an LGU has any comment to say about that, or if not, yeah, okay, great, Governor Lito.
Yes, we've taken cognizance of the absence of a legal basis outside of the old circular that creates a LAPO position. But as has already been stated, LAPOs are generally designated from many other positions. There are agriculturists, planning officers, tourism officers, and so many other who are designated as temporary LAPOs. And the feeling is we're going to waste a lot of time and effort and money training those LAPOs if we don't know whether they're going to be there next year or not. So we have, in fact, LGSP-LED and DILG have in fact been in the process of formulating a proposed national LED support program that is more prescriptive in terms of defining the need for a LAPO, defining the competencies, and defining the functions of the LAPO, and providing some kind of legal basis for local governments to establish more permanent LAPOs. The concern about a law that creates a LAPO is precisely because in many cases you have a circular that is complied with but not really taken seriously. So I agree also with Bill that we can't wait for the law because you don't know whether it's going to be passed. You don't know when. And therefore, the role of the ILG ought to be really prescriptive and just providing some sort of basis and support structure to begin the process in local government units that have not yet realized the need for local economic development initiatives. So yes, DILG, we're hoping we can convince the cabinet secretaries to put together a support structure that provides policy and training, competency building, and then move towards a more permanent setup, hopefully even with Civil Service Commission that will provide a specific position in the local government units for a LAPO. For now, there is no such position in local government units. So it's really just a temporary animal we're creating. So the bill that explains why there is this concern. We need to have some sense of, well, that we're moving towards something more permanent.
So maybe it's a marketing issue as well. Maybe we need to...
Yes, that's a good point. My feeling is that if governors and mayors who are already serious about local economic development, if they can be used to champion a legislative initiative and convince their congressmen to take some kind of effort to create a law that will provide the legal basis. But even without that, I agree again with Bill, that doesn't stop any local government unit from doing what it needs to do anyway.
Agreed. Does anybody else have some questions, please go to the mic. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm the planning officer of the Center of the Lake Pedestrian Public Domain. Tulad siyang box completing on this kind of direct. In fact, we have a sudden increase in capital investment and cross sales in our businesses in Marinduque. And we now have the most peaceful and stable municipality or the province as a whole in Marinduque. What we would like just to request from the LG or the LGA is to include Marinduque in some of the land plan activities, the capacity building. Because I think we are an island province, but we have so many tourism areas in Marinduque and good for business because of the stability. We just need to be included in the new projects.
Our services are open to all local governments. You just tell us you need it, we'll be there.
Yes, sir. This might, the end of the month, the end of April might be the end of the LGSP-LED project, but it will be the start of scaling up and expanding the activities and the intervention we need under the project for a select number of local government units. So we will be covering the rest of the local government units, which is a tall mandate for DILG for the next years to come without LGSP.
Just going back to the question of the label, until the law is passed, and as I said, I think cities can go ahead and start. One option, it's not always the perfect option, but I've seen it work quite well, is for city and provincial governments to team up with the private sector to set up an investment promotion unit, at least for informational and for promotional marketing purposes. I've seen that work very well for some places, Cebu in particular, until they shut it down. I don't know why, but I think they're doing the wrong thing by shutting it down. That's where the politics gets in the way of things when they don't have a personality. But I thought Cebu's worked really well. Davos for a while worked, but didn't get institutionalized like Cebu. I think Iloilo got off to a rough start, fixed it, now it's doing very well. So there are options out there, and none of them, I believe, waited for legislation.
Well, we have to wrap it up now, so I'd like to once again thank our three panelists and thank the audience for some great discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A very good start to our session. I'd like to request our panelists and our moderator to remain on stage as we award the plaques of appreciation to them. I'd like to call on Ms. Sandra Bouquet of the LGSP-LED Consortium to help us in awarding the tokens of appreciation. Again, thank you very much, Sir Bill, Ma'am Maribel, Director Anna, and of course Lisa for moderating our first session. I'd also like to request our panelists and moderator and Ms. Sandra to remain on stage for a photo opportunity. Thank you very much again to our panelists and our moderator. Okay, we will now proceed with the second plenary, and I have to say the first plenary was a very good start as far as our elaboration of the programs. in terms of promoting competitiveness down to the local level. Some takeaways I found or I generated from this session. Sir Bill mentioned that competitiveness never sleeps, or competition never sleeps, so we always have to be upbeat, proactive, entrepreneurial, and of course capacitated, is also pointed out by Ms. Marita and Director Anna. As we have tackled the intricacies and benefits of regional integration, we will now proceed in understanding how these efforts can translate into sector-specific competitiveness and position our important sectors as winners, not just in the competition that we're in, but more importantly in global competitiveness. As what LGSP-LED pioneered in its program, tourism sector has been seen as a great source of sustainable jobs and opportunities for entrepreneurship and investments. Thus, Plan Year 2 will enable us to understand where are we heading as far as competitively promoting, marketing and branding our tourist attractions, particularly in developing integrated tourism circuits with the rest of the globally known destinations while attracting investments, increasing tourist arrivals, and filling in new skills to promote sustainable jobs. Entitled Promoting Competitive Local Tourism Economies, please welcome our moderator, a man who also needs no introduction, but for purposes of protocol, I will do it. I will just read briefly his profile. He's the field director of the Canada-funded LGSP-LED in the Philippines with over 20 years experience working with the public, private, and non-profit sectors in the country and Southeast Asia. He has vast knowledge and expertise in the following areas: local government capacity building, sustainable development planning, regional economic strategy and development, partnership building, intergovernmental cooperation, and knowledge management. He has a master's in business administration and background in agriculture. A good friend of mine and everyone, I'm sure, here in this hall, the field director of LGSP-LED. Please welcome on stage Mr. Francis Edra.
Thank you, Ryan. Good morning, everyone. Parang the room is sided towards left, no? But we're not leftists, right? Anyway, the plenary session 2 is entitled Promoting Competitive Local Tourism Economies. In LGSP, our approach for local economic development or in growing the local economy is actually building competitive tourist destinations. Again, in LGSP-LED program, when we talk about growing local economies, our approach is building competitive tourist destinations. We define destinations in our program as tourism circuit. I think you heard about the term several times. What is a tourism circuit? A circuit describes the destination in terms of tourist experience in a particular place. The things the tourist wants to do, the attractions they want to see, and other sites that they will visit from place where they are staying. A tourism circuit, actually I'm having a lecture now. A tourism circuit also shows the interrelationships between tourists and the suppliers or service providers in a particular destination. And in describing a tourist destination as competitive, in the program it means making this destination more attractive to investors, to tourists, and of course, the local communities benefiting. Our idea in LGSP, why we're building competitive tourist destination, is because we want to increase visitor arrivals and length of stay. So this is the discussions on destination marketing and product development. We want tourists to stay in your particular area. The second important element of an attractive and competitive destination is that it is able to have access to necessary infrastructure. That's why we have this work on investment promotion, specifically for supporting the destination to become competitive. And of course, The important element of a local government unit, we want local government units to be business friendly, to have tourism supporting local government policies and actors or partners that enable competitiveness in a particular destination. So, in the last 8 years that we've been working on using tourism circuit development as an approach to improve destination competitiveness, our interests from the part of the Government of Canada and the DILG is to help local governments covered by the tourism circuit identify and take advantages of opportunities for generating employment and, of course, investments. And another interest that we are particularly focusing on is we wanted to ensure that the poor in that particular circuit generates the necessary employment or jobs and produces income as a result of the opportunities available in the circuit. And of course, we wanted to work with partners who make a difference in terms of putting the poor as the center of destination competitiveness development. So this is basically the rationale of plenary session number 2. We want to focus our discussion on the pillars of destination competitiveness, which are destination marketing and product development, investment promotion, and tourism enabling policies, programs, structures, and systems to make partners and local governments work to make a particular destination competitive. We have lined up a distinguished list of speakers for this session. The first, of course, who will speak on improving tourism competitiveness. I call him the Tourism Competitiveness Guide of DOT. The resume is part of your kit. He is no other than the Assistant Secretary of the Department of Tourism, Assistant Secretary Alan Canisan. Can you just I don't need to describe ASEC Alan, it's part of your material. And I say, he has been with us in LGSP-LED for a while, guiding our programs, our frameworks, and even providing us with right on the side assistance. Our second panelist and speaker is known to everyone. If I remember right, he's the first doctor in tourism planning in the Philippines. He's our program manager for economic development. He will speak later on tourism circuit development approach as an economic growth strategy for LGSP-LED. I'm proud to welcome Dr. Randy Alapay, the program manager for LED of LGSP-LED. Our next panelist, I think some of you are very familiar with, I call her a brand architect. She is Amor Maclang, the founder of Geyser Maclang. Amor, for me, the description is in the material, but I know Amor as an advocate for ideas that organizations should earn based on how much they help the people, especially the poor. May I welcome Amor Maclang, the founder of Geyser Maclang. Amor has been working with us on destination branding and marketing for Leyte, Alao Valley, meaning Sultan Kudarat and South Cotabato, and of course Iloilo and Guimaras. The next speaker or panelist we have, I would describe her as an advocacy communicator. She is Grisel Capistrano, the Managing Director of the Foundation for Communication Initiatives. Has been working with us on the destination branding and marketing work for Palawan, Negros Oriental, Negros Occidental, and of course, Siquijor. I think these two wonderful ladies will tell you how branding is one of the competitive tools to make a destination work. And of course, last but not the least is Edward Lu, the President of the Negros Oriental Chamber of Commerce and Industry. He's been awarded the most, I have to say this, outstanding chamber of the Visayas and the Philippines. He's an advocate of chamber management in the Philippines, and part of the results that the Chamber of Negros Oriental has provided is that they were able to attract billions of investments using tourism circuit as an approach for Dumaguete and the neighboring municipalities. So before I give the microphone to our first speaker, let's give a round of applause to our distinguished panelists and resource person. So with that, I will give Asek, Alan Canisal, and everyone else at least 5 minutes, not at least 5 minutes to speak about certain topics that we have assigned to them. Asek Canisal?
Thank you very much, Francis. To Stephen, we work for the Canadian government. I think you said that I was kind of ready to Delos and Director Badalwa. Good morning for everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the LGSP-LED for coming up with this supplement with the Business World on Tourism. This is indeed a very good platform in terms of communicating to our constituents or to the public in terms of the importance of tourism, and at the same time in terms of what are the LGUs are doing in terms of developing and harnessing the potential of tourism for local economic development. I've been assigned a topic on improving competitiveness on tourism, and we've been talking about this in a lot of forums. But let me slide you through in terms of what is our performance currently. So just the good news first. Okay. So in terms of tourism performance, tourism is today the 5th biggest contributor to our gross domestic product. In 2014, based on the results of the tourism satellite account that has been released by the Philippine Statistical Authority, tourism contributed 1% to the 9% growth in terms of our GDP. In terms of export, tourism ranks 3rd in terms of contributing to the export industry. In 2014, it contributed about 274 billion pesos to the economy, and this includes visitor expenditure and at the same time airline receipts. In terms of employment, there are more than about 5 million people currently employed in the tourism sector, and the biggest sector that is benefiting in terms of employment is the transportation sector, which accounts for about 40% of the total people employed in the tourism sector, and of course the accommodation sector and the retail trade sectors. In terms of arrivals, we're happy to inform everyone that over the past 6 years already, the number of inbound tourists to the country is continuously growing. In fact, even if we have encountered certain problems in certain markets, we're able to manage the growth in terms of international arrivals. The total average growth rate over the last 6 years is about 8%. In terms of domestic arrival, based on the satellite account report by the Philippine Statistical Authority, in 2014, about 54.7 or 54.6 million travelers or Filipinos travels within the country. This includes both overnight visitors and same-day visitors. And if you look at the chart here, our target for 2016 is to reach about 56.1 million Filipino travelers, and we're almost closing that gap. In fact, even in 2014, we're thinking that we've already reached the target of 2016. And this gives us more confidence in terms of pushing the importance of tourism to our economy. Okay, so what has been our initiatives and how or why we were able to achieve that particular growth? It is because we're following a national tourism development plan that is not only being implemented by the Department of Tourism, but it's all of government and all of the local government units that is currently supporting. And in our National Tourism Development Plan, we've always been emphasizing that there are three things that we're just looking in terms of developing our destination. One is in terms of looking at market access, connectivity, and infrastructure. The second is in terms of developing products and destination. And the third is in terms of looking at governance and human resources development. And these same sets of frameworks have been adopted by the local LGSP-LED when they start doing the certain planning, which will be discussed later by Randy. Because the importance of looking at this strategic direction will allow us to identify in terms of which of the different organizations at the local level will take the lead in terms of pushing or implementing certain sets of actions with regard to these strategic directions. And because of these strategic directions under the National Tourism Development Plan, I just wanted to highlight on certain key results. Next slide, please. So in terms of investment, we're able to match or rally government support in terms of investing in tourism. In fact, we've been very successful in convincing the Department of Public Works and Highway to invest in infrastructure development. And over the past 3 years, you've been seeing, as you can see in the slide, that the amount of public investment in infrastructure is growing. For this year, we have about 23 billion in terms of infrastructure. Other government agencies are also supporting the development of tourism, whether it's DNR, DepEd, even the ILG, DOLE, and other government agencies. So it's not just only the DOT that is really rallying behind the development of local destinations, but there are also other partners that is supporting the development of tourism. Next slide, please. But the most important aspect perhaps of the key results of our tourism program is in terms of private investment. Over the span of 2 years, from 2012 to 2014, we've seen about 30% growth in terms of the number of tourism accommodation establishments that have been set up or constructed in the different parts of the country. And also in terms of room accommodation, there are now more than 200,000 rooms available throughout the country. And this ranges from 3 rooms to more than 500 or 600 rooms across the country for a certain facility. And this means about 20% growth. So the last slide is just in terms of the lessons there. What I'd just like to highlight in this particular slide is in terms of the importance of the private sector working hand in hand with the local government units. It's very important that we need to harness the role of the private sector in terms of tourism development. Because at the end of the day, when we talk about tourism business, it's really the private sector that is pushing the development of tourism products, the development of tourism destinations, and in terms of reaching the market. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Asek Alan. I'm pretty sure you're jotting notes for questions after the 5 presenters have completed their opening speeches. So may I call on Randy, Dr. Randy Alampay, who will talk about tourism circuit development, our approach for economic development or growing our local economies. Randy?
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. So as you all know, we're talking about tourism. So the first question is, why tourism? Bakit nga ba tayo ng turismo? Next please. In the DOT and the private sector has identified tourism, first of all, for our competitive advantage. Okay? It's a competitive advantage for the Philippines. We have the best beaches, we have the best islands, we have the best festivals. We have human resources who have been trained, educated from elementary na we are the most hospitable people in the world. We have a facility, we speak English natively. Okay? We have a facility for other languages as well. So that was the first thing. That's our competitive advantage. Next, please. Okay? But the other aspects of tourism is one, it's identified as a clean and green industry. It's not an extractive industry. Okay, so that's what we're banking on. The other thing about tourism, next please, is that there's a big potential, identified big potential for inclusive growth. Tourism is an industry where the barriers of entry for the poor, for gaining jobs, starting livelihoods, are relatively lower. Right? Plus, tourism has many links to other local sectors: agriculture, transportation, construction, handicrafts. Okay? Next. Okay. So it was seen as a potential stimulus for other economic sectors. Tourism was identified by private sector, the chambers of commerce, as one of the winner industries for the Philippine economy moving forward. So that is how we ended up working in tourism. We wanted to develop models, next please, of local economic development through tourism. So how can we promote inclusive local economic development through destination development? Okay. So over 8 years, we tried different models, we tried different approaches. So the approach we now have for our last group of LGUs is tourism circuit development. Okay? So I'll give you an example of Negros Oriental, one of our latest project sites. Okay, so here we start with mapping where are the attractions, tourism sites in our area. Okay, so this is the typical definition of a destination. The supply side, the definition of the destination. What resources do we have to offer? Okay, our approach, next please, is a demand-based definition of the tourist destination. It's not just about the LGU or the province of Negros Oriental saying, here is our destination. Next please. It is about how the tourists view the destination, how the tourists experience the destination. Right? First, how do they get to the destination? So here we have Dumaguete, airport and seaport as the main gateways. Okay? Next please. Okay? Where do most of them stay? Right now, concentration of hotels and resorts are in Dumaguete City. Next please. And where are the attractions that they will see? Where are the places that they will do things in, and the other sites that they will visit? Okay. Next please. So here, we work with the private sector of Negros Oriental as well as the LGUs in that circuit, right? And in the process of going through that experience of the visitor, we saw that there were really 3 clusters of visitor experiences related. Right? The first is Metro Dumaguete, right? But if you look at it from the perspective of the tourist, it's not just the boundaries of Dumaguete City, but it also includes the neighboring municipalities of Valencia, Sibulan, and Baco. Okay, that waterfalls is in Sibulan or Valencia, I don't remember anymore. Right? And then from Metro Dumaguete, next. Okay. Just a few minutes from Metro Dumaguete is another cluster related going to Up Island, which is a diving mecca, right? In the municipality of Darwin, which is also where you have a weekly farmers market in Malapatay that is a growing cultural attraction. Okay? If you go north from Dumaguete, Metro Dumaguete, you have the sandbars of Manbuyod, you have the dolphin watching in the Tanning Strait in Baguio City, and then you have mangroves and sugar plantations in Tanhay. Okay? So all of these together, okay, creates the tourism circuit. Okay? For at least for this portion, this cluster of Negros Oriental. So this is something that I would push to build. When you're talking about competitiveness of destinations, it's about collective competitiveness. Next please. So the tourism circuit plan, it provides a local action plan for the LGUs, private sector, etc. to next please. Okay? Find out Okay, what are the products that you need to develop? What are the human resources that need to be developed? What kinds of investments are needed to become a more competitive destination? And more importantly, what local policies and programs should we implement to ensure that the growth, the investments, next please. Go on. The investments, like here, 1.7 billion in tourism-related investments in those 5 LGUs. What local policies and programs can be put in place to ensure that those investments contribute to sustainable development, not just increasing number of rooms, and also inclusive growth, that those jobs go to the poor. Okay? Next please. So just to wrap up now. Right? First point is that all tourism is local. Okay? With all due respect to the National Tourism Development Plan, the jobs, the impacts of tourism are at the local level. It is given as a challenge to the LGUs and the private sector to work together. Okay, next. Okay. The challenge is to build destinations, not just tourism sites. Next. It is a challenge that is about building competitive industries, not just monuments. And finally, okay, we need to focus on the outcome. It's nice to say that we have increasing visitor arrivals, but we have to keep sight of why we are in tourism. Okay? If our arrivals are increasing, but they are not creating jobs, if they're not reducing the number of poor in our communities, then we're not yet done. Okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Randy. Our 2 next speakers are actually will be sharing with us the experiences they've been doing with us on destination branding. We believe that branding is one of a competitive tool to make a destination work. So let's call on Amor Baklang, who have been working with our BOTS 2 projects and destination branding. And later on, Grisel, who have been working with us on our BOTS 3 destination branding work. Let's see how these 2 popular communication and advocacy campaign groups in Manila work hand in hand with our local players to make destinations be known and be competitive in the market. Amor?
Thank you. I hope you don't mind if I'll stand over here and favor the left side. I know I have 5 minutes, but it's so difficult. How do you wrap up in 5 minutes a career-defining moment? Because when I started working with LGSP-LED, it really changed the course of a lot of what we do now moving forward. So thank you so much. Taking off from the first panel, there you go. Taking off from the first panel, when Mr. Lu started talking about the importance of competitiveness, especially for LGUs, how we're competing for tourists, investments, and even image. A lot of that is actually driven by marketing, reputation management, communications, and advocacy. And you're probably wondering, what does a communications and a marketing practitioner have to do with local economic development? A lot of you probably know me from my day job. While we consult for number 1, number 2 brands, brands like Aboitices, Maxis Group, or even international tourism destination campaigns like that of the EU, Singapore, and Ethiopia, I felt that, and this was my eureka moment, how come those who really need it the most, especially our LGUs in the Philippines, do not have access to this modality? And this is where the intervention of the government of Canada steps in. Even in terms of risk and crisis communications, the missing link and sometimes the key factor of success is actually in this missing software, invisible software, which is communications and marketing. Because I was talking to the mayor of Kalinga earlier, who's my seatmate. How do you bid out such an intangible? How do you bid it out? It's so hard to quantify it. But my dear LGUs, please remember, as the 8 years come to an end. Your reputation is your responsibility. And earlier, a mayor or a governor was saying, please include me. It is not for the government of Canada or the DILG to include you. It is up to you to be in the radar of the public and the country. Next slide. While Negros Oriental is getting so much promotion, this is actually a work that we're currently undertaking, an advocacy we're undertaking in Negros Oriental. And this is where we want to present to you, dear LGUs, how you can use environmental advocacy as a branding tool. When we evaluated NEG-OR, although it builds in comparison to Palawan in terms of forest cover at 17%, it's still by far one of the best in the Philippines compared to the national average of around 4%. Water, however, is one resource that clearly defines the entire value chain within Negros Oriental, specifically for tourism. And for some of my brethren here from Cebu, may taga Cebu ba dito? Mayroon na tayong water crisis that no one is talking about. And if there was one thing we wanted to avert in Negros Oriental was this impending water crisis that was brought about by the influx of tourists. And so working closely with the IWRMC, that's the Integrated Water Resource Management Council of Negros Oriental, we passed a resolution declaring, and I'm so happy our colleague Endu is here, Negros Oriental as the water capital of the Philippines. Championing environments. Palakpakan po natin si Ed at ang Negros Oriental at ang LGSP-LED. I recently was in a study trip from Bhutan where they can demand $250 in daily tariff even if you decide to just stay in a camp, even if you just wanted to camp out. And their primary tenet is to keep 70% of their entire forest cover intact. It's in their constitution. So if they can do it in Bhutan, right, Ed, we could do it in the Negros Island as well. Next slide. Please allow me to teach you a Tiboli word. Would you like to learn a Tiboli word? It's Heyulafus. Good morning, hello. There are many things, I'm called many things, but being an adopted Tiboli is probably one of my biggest points of pride. Indigenous people everywhere in the Philippines, hindi na lang malabong mata ko, hindi ko nakikita yung sign. The Tibolis, the indigenous people all over the Philippines, are actually seen as probably some of the poorest and some of the most depressed sectors that require intervention. And yet, because of the special intervention that LGSP-LED has done for AFLADA, we now have Alisa from Canada who's wearing a Tiboli belt. So just so you know, that really maingay belt earlier is actually of Tiboli origin and similar to what I'm wearing right now. It's a blotic necklace made from the region. You go to Rockwell, you see an Aranas, tinalak bag. A community takes around 6 weeks to create one, and it costs 12,000 pesos. But more importantly, speaking of competitiveness, South Cotabato is the 4th most competitive province in the Philippines as of last year. Tama po ba, Sir Bill? Palakpakan po natin ang South Cotabato. They're one province who's committed, despite the fact na hindi sila pare-pareho ng partido, all the municipalities and the one city, Coronadal, they are all covered with the tourism master plan. Next slide. Do not be afraid to work with the private sector. Tourism, as Dr. Randy has pointed out, is one of the greatest levelers of poverty. But you know what is more powerful than tourism? Is if you combine it with agriculture. And very recently, in the case of the Cordillera, the Maxis Group, the largest publicly listed restaurant company in the Philippines, has committed to buy and promote the Tinawon rice. So sir, Mayor from Kalinga, you said walang pera ang municipality to advertise. Go and partner. Last slide before I wrap up. do not be deterred by risk and issues and disaster, because yes, indeed, it is the new normal. And I know the next panel is going to cover disaster management. But Samar, following Yolanda, decided to take up tourism as the way to rise above the devastation brought by the world's strongest typhoon. And that's actually why the UNWTO Secretary General came to Leyte and Samar to reinforce this fact. Last slide for the key takeaways. Branding is not merely about a logo, it's not merely about promotions, it's fundamentally the alignment of the values of the province. So Mayor of Kalinga, if you're about agriculture, then make your tourism branding about agri. The minority is where you can valorize, in tourism, you can actually valorize the minority, as seen by the South Cotabato and the Nivoli experience. Stakeholder mapping is the new marketing. Reach out to the private sector. Best case in point here would be Negros Oriental. And final point, do not be afraid of disaster and risk, because tourism is probably the most resilient of all the industries. I was actually very saddened, Lisa and Genevieve, good to see you again, that this is actually the last year for LGSP-LED. Dr. Randy and Sir Francis, when I first started working with them, it really drastically changed the way we approach working with the government. So much so that if anyone tries to challenge that the government does not work, we tell them to look at all of these outstanding case studies for local economic development. So to the DILG, I close. If there is anything from an advocacy perspective that we could support you with to promote what has been started by LGSP-LED and the Government of Canada, our doors are always open. Mabuhay po tayo.
Thank you, Amor. Then we have Grisel, to also take a look at another perspective of advocacy communication.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. We at FOSI are honored to have been chosen as one of LGSP's partners in promoting local economic development, and I have been tasked to present lessons learned from the batch 3 in the Visayas. We all know that tourism is one of the world's largest economic sectors and one that continues to expand rapidly. Done well, tourism development can be a powerful tool for economic growth and the conservation of natural and cultural resources. Obviously, communication plays a huge role in supporting sustainable tourism development and managing its multiple dimensions. It can create and facilitate a system that allows stakeholders to exchange opinions and arrive at solutions. Effective use of communication tools can also link products to markets and can contribute to visitors' safe and positive experiences. In destination branding, experts propose emphasizing the importance of the experience, that a destination brand identifies and differentiates at the same time. It conveys the promise of a memorable travel experience that is uniquely associated with the destination. It also serves to consolidate and reinforce the recollection of pleasurable memories of the destination experience. Allow me to make a detour to Luzon before I proceed to Visayas, because this is where FOSI's LGSP story began. In Calamianes, we learned that the consultative process is best if key players and stakeholders are able to participate and see their roles in the big picture. In any sustainable tourism development scenario, key actors have both the right to participate in the decision-making process and the responsibility to commit to practices that are environmentally, socially, and economically sound. Encounter the most captivating faces of nature above and underwater. in Palawan's most pristine cliffs and reefs. From sunken ship dive spots to white sand coves, mountaintop lakes to rainforests, waterfalls to wildlife sanctuaries. Calamianes is where history and tribal tradition provide a cultural immersion like no other. I present to you Calamianes, nature, adventure, and all the rest. The challenge for Negros Oriental was to highlight the prevailing culture and clearly capture that in both theme and design. For the pure pleasure of it, nowhere else is that harmony between past and present, between man and nature, more palpable than in Negros Oriental. A province whose rich and genteel culture is evident in the intellectual and literary heritage of Silliman University, the century-old churches and ancestral homes that mark its towns, its delicate crafts and cuisine. Where one can delight in the pristine dive sites around Apo Island, be surprised by a sandbar, and marvel at the vast mangrove forests. Negros Oriental sanctuaries are passionately protected and generously shared. All conspire to make the visitor stay, and many do, from all parts of the world, should you want to discover why. Negros Oriental, this is where you want to live. Our Sikihor experience taught us that popular perception may not necessarily match the actual experience. The challenge was how to keep the mystery, but to make it a positive trait. During Spanish times, it was called Isla del Fuego, or Island of Fire, because seafarers were captivated by the sight of it glowing from the light of fireflies. Today, Sikihor still becomes like a jewel, with stretches of unspoiled white sand beaches, caves and rainforests, antique chapels and monasteries under century-old acacia trees, quaint restaurants and bars, its famed folk healing, and the people proud of their island ways and joyful in their sharing. Leave the traffic and the stress behind. Feel the magic of Sikihor, repair, restore, and rejuvenate. Sikihor, the art of island living. Negros Occidental was quite interesting. What may resonate with the constituents of a place may not necessarily work for intended audiences. The challenge for us here was to be able to craft a brand that will appeal to both the audience and be owned by the local champions. Just when you thought you had seen everything, you visit Negros Occidental and it takes your breath away. The smiles, the endless festivity of food, the irrepressible joy of a people who delight in giving, and the stories, there is one waiting to be told at every turn, irresistible and unforgettable. Negros Occidental, the land of sweet surprises. At FOSI, we realized that for any communication to be strategic, participation of everyone is key. Unless all decision makers are part of the process, it will be very hard to get buy-in and get the campaign underway. While tourism represents an important development opportunity for many communities, it can also have very negative impacts such as disrupting social structures, harming the social-cultural authenticity, and threatening natural and cultural heritage. Wise planning and management of tourism development is crucial to keeping it a force for good. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. So, we started working on tourism competitiveness at a macro level, having a national tourism master plan as a framework for our tourism circuit development, which was discussed by Dr. Randy. The two speakers talk about branding as a powerful tool on marketing a destination. And this time, our next speaker will talk about how investment promotion, how it was done in Negros Oriental within the framework of our destination, competitive destination framework. May we give you Mr. Edward Du, the leader of the most outstanding chamber in the Philippines last year.
Thank you, Pope Francis. Anyway, before I start my presentation, I would like to thank my fellow panelists for the free promotion for Negros Oriental. Yes. I'd like to share the story of Negros Oriental and the story of Negros Oriental Chamber of Commerce. The success of Negros Oriental Chamber of Commerce and the province is very simple. The model is for peace, not the Antawid Pamilya Pilipino. For peace means proactive public-private partnership. That's the only secret how we did it. So, next slide. Taking off from the four P's, our strategy is just to link with all the agencies of government, local government units, private sector groups. Our number one supporter is, of course, PCCI, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Philippine Chamber of Commerce. They are here today for giving us the award last year for being the most outstanding chamber. We also have tie-ups with international funding organizations. The Canadian government, of course, we'd like to thank Stephen for the support to NOCSI. The Canadian government has been very supportive to NOCSI in the past 25 years, not only with LGSP, but also with Seed of Pearl and Jumpstart Philippines. The Australian government also helped us through the CREED project, the Coordinating Groups and Investments Development. Now we have a complete GIS maps for all the LGUs of the province of Negros Oriental. So any investors that comes to us, we give them the GIS map. We also are supported by the German government through the EFOS Weekend Foundation. This is the EFOS Foundation of Germany for our various projects, chamber development, and also tourism. Next slide. Our four P's, the core strategies are five. We call that team count, trainings, seminars, and consultations. This is the first. We do a lot of trainings, business forums, various value chain analysis, focus group discussions. Next slide. We also do a lot of consultancy services for our clients, for our members. That's for trainings. That's for the 13. Yeah, core strategy number 2 is marketing promotions. Everybody's doing this. We do a lot of trade missions. I just arrived from a trade mission together with PCCI delegation. NOCSI headed the trade delegation to Brunei and Malaysia for halal, and we have just developed a new trade route because of the kidnappings in Sabah and Zamboanga. The PCCI approved the proposal of NOCSI to create a new trade route which will now be from Malaysia, Labuan, Malaysia, to Palawan, to Negros Island, and to Lipao. That will be the new trade route, hopefully, to create an alternative to the security concerns now going on in the Sabah, Zamboanga border. Next slide. We do a lot of cooperation projects. That's course strategy number 3. And lately we partnered with the Canadian government for Jumpstart Philippines for the Trabajo project with the ILG. We partnered with the OST for the development of the first Negros Oriental food safety team in compliance with the Food Safety Act. And we do a lot of investment promotion and tourism development thanks to the LGSP. Next slide. We also, core strategy number 4, we have a lot of advocacy projects. Just to name a few, we enacted a very innovative ordinance called the 2005 First Mover Incentive Ordinance. Basically, this ordinance is to give incentive to the first locator. At that time, we could not compete with Bacolod, Iloilo, Cebu to bring in the DPOs to Dumaguete. So we invented this first mover ordinance where the first locator, the first DPO that will locate to Dumaguete will be given 3 years lockout, no competition. We also pushed for the enactment enactment of the Dumaguete City Investment Code in the Provincial Investment Code, as well as the Tourism Accreditation Ordinance, making it mandatory for all tourism establishments to get accreditation. We have now 3 negotiation centers, and thanks to Governor Lito, we created the Negros Island region. We also developed the provincial tourism roadmap. Next slide. The last core strategy is, of course, organizational learning and growth, in other words, benchmarking. So we go to different places to learn the best practices. Finally, this is why I am here. For the last 10 years, we were able to generate 17 billion in investments, created 30,000 jobs. But for us, the most important achievement of the Chamber is to reduce the poverty level incidence. We were number 9th poorest province in 2012. We were in the top 10 poorest provinces of the Philippines in 2012. Today, we are number 18. So that's a 50% mark improvement. And I think that is probably the reason we were awarded the most outstanding chamber. So our strategy is simple. PR through 4 Ps. Poverty reduction through proactive public-private partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Edward. So, our 5 speakers talk about a lot of good news on making our destinations competitive. I think this is now a time for open forum. I would like to start by asking each of our speakers to answer the following question. What do you think are the current challenges, at least side 1, that will make all of these tools, these approaches, this work that you have been doing localized or adopted by our local government units? Remember, these are experiences of Negros. We did some work in Siquijor and Negros Oriental and Occidental. But there are more than 1,700 local government units in the Philippines. So 26 of them are provinces. So I would like to ask each one of our speakers, what do you think are your recommendations to make all this nice work that you've been doing adopted or replicated or scaled up by local government units in the country? Would you like to start? Parang presidential debate.
From a communications perspective, I think after having worked with communities and giving them working with them so that they can be able to craft their own brands, one of the next challenge would be to teach them brand discipline. So like adherence to the style, to the colors, something as simple as that. Already, once they learn that skill, then I'm sure they will have they will be able to magnify the brand itself.
Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. I think 2 things. First is in terms of how do we able to translate or communicate the change of mindset. Because we should not be accustomed in terms of the usual norm or things that we're normally doing at the local government levels. It's becoming more competitive, as mentioned earlier by Mr. Vilus. And that's why we need to think of new ways for us to be able to perform better and for us to be able to generate more economic activity. The other thing is in terms of how do we start working together. Because the important element here is in terms of forging greater partnership between local government units and the private sector. And at the end of the day, both are looking into economic development. And the private sector should be more empowered. There should be even more leeway in terms of pushing the agenda for economic development for the simple reason that it is already what they're doing and what they have been accustomed of doing. And for us, the local government should be supporting and nurturing the works of the private sector.
Yeah, I think the lesson here is really about spreading the word about competitiveness, about local economic development. That it's not something very challenging. It's really about things like doing the basics, getting your house in order, working with the private sector. So the challenge is about, sabi nga ni Alan, is changing the mindsets from the start of the program. That's always been the challenge. So we need MGA to start sending out, disseminating knowledge materials. We need champions like Governor Lito talking to their peers about how challenging it is as well as how exciting it is to facilitate local economic development. We need private sector to start talking about good local governments. Kasi parang local governments, especially usually when the chamber talks about local governments, is always talking about problems that businessmen encounter and women encounter. But then we have examples of this. Parang I think we need to have more demonstrations that this works. That local economic development is not a very high, very difficult challenge, but we can start with small things, we can start building things up and then create that enthusiasm for that.
Thank you, Randy.
Two very quick answers. Number one, we have to stop working in silos. Unfortunately, how we're currently structured in the provincial and the local level is that, DTI works separately with DNRs and works separately with DOT. But those in the private sector, I speak not just for chambers, but also maybe in behalf of clients who want to do well and do good and intervene and support local economic development. There has to be more department agnostic platforms, similar to what LGSP-LED has done. In Alabali, for example, in Aptanda in 2013, when you brought them all together, when you sponsored and brought them all together, it was only after 3 years, just last April, there was a SOX convergence here in Glorieta. Following the investment forum that LGSP-LED did in September of 2013, everyone talked about convergence, bringing the story of South Central Mindanao and Manila, and it was just last April when it happened. It may have been led by the DOT, but the DNR was there, the Halal Discourse was there, the DOST, DTI, so everyone was working together. So I think convergence and making sure that there are more platforms that are department agnostic, that should be prioritized.
Yeah. Speaking of convergence, I think the Negros Oriental experience and how they work with the local government, the chamber working with the local government, can you tell us your story on that aspect?
Well, in Negros Oriental, we were lucky, nakachamba kami because our past president, my immediate past president, became the mayor of Dumaguete. So probably that's was a game changer. No? He is the first chamber president in the Philippines to become a city mayor. So, but he won only by 51 votes. So probably that was the game changer because he speaks our language. He knows the concerns of the business sector. He knows how to reduce poverty and all that stuff. And all of this that we have been doing for the last 10 years was because of our advocacy work. So I'm not saying that the other cities should convince your chamber presidents to run for mayor. We actually broke protocol because normally the business sector does not engage in politics. That has been our mantra. We are apolitical. We do not support openly any candidate. We're supposed to do it privately. But in 2009, we decided to convince our president then, who is now the mayor today, who is also running for Congress, to run for mayor because we were not satisfied with the progress of the province and the city of Dumaguete. It was progressing, but the progress was a bit slow. So we were in a hurry. We wanted Dumaguete to be in the global map. And true enough, after 5 years, we are now the 5th best place to retire in the world. We are now number 93 in the world for BPOs, outsourcing destination. And we are now number 1 tourist destination according to Agoda.com. This is for foreign independent travelers. So I'm not saying that this was because only of my effort. As I have shown in the slides, it was a 4-piece effort. not the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. Again, our slogan is PR through 4Ps. Poverty reduction through proactive public-private partnership. If we can adapt this strategy to all the LGUs, capacitate the chambers to engage their local governments more proactively, I think the next most outstanding chamber will be coming from Bacolod, from Iloilo, from the other chambers. So let's capacitate the local chambers. Most of the local chambers are struggling. They don't have money. They're supposed to be businessmen, but they don't have money. So it's an irony. Most of the small chambers do not have money. They're complaining to me also, "Hey, we don't have money."
But you're able to attract billions of investments.
But the problem is always we do not have money to hire a full-time executive director. But you're attracting billions and you cannot afford to pay the salary of an executive director. I find that very ironic for chambers to be struggling with money and they're supposed to attract investors. So it's something like you're a carpenter, but you don't even have your own house. So,
exactly.
Those are my comments.
Thank you, Edward. So I think we're ready for the question from the floor. Can we have one or two questions? Yes, Director Mabs, as the CEO of the Local Government Academy.
Thank you. Congratulations to the panelists. We were more than inspired now than before. My question really is, from your perspective, what can beyond the memorandum circular that the ILG can issue, or even a legislation that can be enacted by Congress, beyond that, what could be the incentives that would encourage local governments to go more aggressively into local economic development?
And in this particular instance, tourism development. Anyone who can answer? I'll give you 30 seconds to answer. And you can rebut. Anyone?
I think for elected officials, the incentive is that you will have happy constituents if you can bring local economic development to the community. That means if you can create the jobs, you can create the decent and sustainable jobs, you can create a thriving local economy. That is the incentive. And as demonstrated by our sites, the results can happen even in a short time, maybe not as big as an impact, but it's still tangible that will be appreciated by your community.
Yeah, we can allow one or two more responses on the same question.
Madam, I'll respond to the incentives from the two ways you might understand incentives. Incentive number one, I would always advise the LGUs, the governors and the mayors, tourism is the most non-EPAL way, right? With my indulgence to those who don't speak Filipino. It's the most non-EPAL way to promote your destination, whether from a tourism or from an investment perspective. Dear LGUs, your reputation is your responsibility. If you are not in the radar nationally, forgive me, it is your fault. I know we were not taught this when in school or in university, but with access to social media, with access to all the tools that are being provided to you right now, there is no reason for you not to be able to get yourself out there and be recognized and be known. So that's number one. From another side, anong ibig sabihin ng mga incentives? I always mention to the LGUs that we advise and consult for, pwede ba magbigay kayo ng insentibo to promote local? For example, we have a meeting, a locally mandated meeting. Tapos ang sinaserve sa amin ay fast-moving consumer good. I will not name na lang, a carbonated soda by a global MNC. Why not instead, Governor, you could require that all drinks be sourced from South Cotabato, sa kasarap-sarap, some of the sweetest fruits. Dapat yun ang required. Then provide incentives based on that, right? Food. I go to the provinces, they serve me carbonara. Sabi ko, if I wanted carbonara, do we go to Italy? Why not serve local and incentivize people for promoting local agriculture?
future, because that gives you that sense of pride of product and place.
So thank you, Amor. Asek Alan, I think DOT provides incentives to LGUs who develop their new products, promote their destination brands, and so on.
Yeah, I think the greatest or the biggest incentive perhaps for local government units virtually into tourism development is in terms of trade marketing. Because in a sense, tourism is marketing. As you try to develop your tourism brand or your tourism programs, you are also bringing yourselves closer to the private sector and closer to their constituents. So at the end of the day, you win in the next election because you're making more people a lot of happier, and you're bringing them more jobs, and you're bringing them more economic benefits.
Thank you, Asek Alan. I recognize the man at the back, Governor, first. Then probably will allow the Governor, Lito, to ask the last question. And I would like to encourage our panelists to have short, crispy answers for these questions, because we still have another plenary session ahead of us. Yes, sir. Can you identify yourself, please?
Yours truly is the mayor of a fifth-class municipality, Lubuagan, Kalinga. Lubuagan Municipality, province of Kalinga.
Thank you, Mayor, for joining this forum.
This is the first time I attend this kind of forum, and I appreciate this forum because it is of the development of a municipality. Just recently, our province has been declared as a tourism area, Kalinga. Our municipality is a fourth-class municipality, and we do not have the resources to improve our roads. It's one of the requirements to improve tourism in our place. How could we join this local economic development when our municipalities the roads are not improved? Access and connectivity problems. Yes, the connectivity is at the airway is at Tuigaraw, Cagayan, and the only way to go to our province, to our municipality, is by land, and some of our roads are still rough roads. How could we invite tourists to come in our place when our place is a good place?
Thank you, Mayor. Maybe Asek Alan can respond, because there's a program on convergence, especially on roads in DOT, DPWH.
Thank you, Mayor, for that particular question. Actually, that particular declaration is with the Department of Tourism right now. Actually, we don't need to have the infrastructure to develop our tourism program. There are certain classic cases wherein fifth-class municipality became first-class municipality over a period of time without necessarily having the infrastructure to support their tourism program. One of which is Lunsol in Sorsogon. They're a fifth-class municipality, they have bad roads, they don't have the accommodation, they don't have the infrastructure, but all of a sudden they become a first-class municipality over a period of 1 or 2 years. And it's because they're able to identify a very unique attraction, a very unique product for their tourism program, and they make that as a handle. And eventually the infrastructure came along with the number of tourists going into that particular place. The same is true with Siargao. When the Cloud9 in Siargao has been developed, there is no infrastructure. Roads are bad in Siargao, and you can hardly move from one municipality over to another municipality in terms of getting into the Cloud9 surfing destination. But eventually, because of the number of tourists going into that particular area, it gets at the attention of the national government as well in terms of putting the infrastructure. So again, it's a chicken and an egg situation. Do you have to wait for the infrastructure to come along before you develop your tourism program? If you are really bent in terms of developing your tourism program, you start looking into what kind of icon, what kind of product you need to do.
Thank you, Asek Alan. I think we are ready for the last question. Maybe you can write some of your questions later. Governor Lito, you were raising your hand a few seconds ago.
Yeah, going back to incentives, no? Local chief executives, politicians basically, like recognition, and they hate bad publicity. So it might help if there is a DILG effort to also institute a recognition program for local governments that are outstanding in local economic development or tourism promotion. And maybe something like the list of competitive cities. If a province or city is ranked high in terms of tourism promotion, that becomes a source of pride. On the other hand, if an LGU is ranked way below, it can become a source of embarrassment. So maybe a system of recognition to encourage local chief executives to become champions for LED.
Thank you, Governor. I think whether you like it or not, I have to wrap up the session. What are the key takeaways in this session? Number one, I think we need game changers or LED champions at the local level. Sometimes at the national level, we have all these nice tools, nice approaches, nice plans, but the challenge is how do you download this at the local level? And we need champions, we need game changers at the local level. Of course, this requires certain incentives or certain clear results that we need to achieve. One of the major takeaways also is the importance of structures, convergent structures, as they say, and the importance of private sector as a partner with local governments in making destinations effective. The challenge, of course, I think one of the things to make partnership between local government units and private sector work is the importance of changing also the mindsets of business sector. I think we emphasize the importance of training or building the capacity of chambers or private sector to work hand in hand with the local government units. So with that, I think we left you something behind. Please tell your friends this session is being video webcast. You can text your friends in the provinces, in your cities, that the sessions are webcast. They can view, they can hear the presentations that are done right at the moment. So with that, thank you very much, and I'll give you back the microphone to Ryan.
Thank you, Francis. I'll ask Francis and members of the panel to remain on stage as I call Lisa to please help us in awarding our tokens of appreciation to all of them. Such a powerful and very inspirational session. So congratulations to everyone in the panel. I learned a lot of interesting insights and new information. As myself, actually, a couple of months from now, I'll be embarking on a semi-backpacking type of adventure in some of the circuits. So I myself will be able to experience a lot of things to offer. So again, please, congratulations to the panel, and we're happy that you're able to provide us a lot of these testimonials on the success of promoting tourism as a competitive sector in promoting local economic development. And we'd also like to request our panel to have an opportunity for a photo before we officially wrap up this session. Thank you very much, and for the opportunity. Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause again to the members of the panel of Plenary 2 and our moderator. With your indulgence, we'll continue our session, and hopefully we'll be able to wrap up in some minutes from now so we can proceed with much awaited lunch. But before that, I'm sure all of us are inspired with the learning experiences we're generating from these sessions. So we have come to the last plenary of the morning after a very inspirational session in the future of local tourism competitiveness. We'll dig deeper into enabling our roles as LED champions and advocates in transforming LGs to becoming inclusive, vibrant, and sustainable, resilient local economies. We will be joined by distinguished local chief executives who have become a source of inspiration and wisdom in igniting a new wave of local economic leadership in LED. Our moderator is the Executive Director of ULAC, or the Union of Local Authorities of the Philippines, the umbrella organization for local government leagues composed of all locally elected officials in the country. ULAC unites all stakeholders for genuine local autonomy of LGUs, ensuring smooth delivery of public service to local communities. She also serves as Secretary of the Board of Trustees of the Ayala Young Leaders Alumni Association and Teach Peace, Build Peace Movement. She has worked with Ayala Foundation, Asian Institute of Management, Ateneo de Manila University, and the Philippine Council for Islam and Democracy, as well as ABS-CBN. Please welcome on stage for the plenary 3, championing inclusive, vibrant, sustainable, and resilient local economies, our moderator, Ms. Sarita Medina Guze, Executive Director of ULAC.
Magandang tanghali po. Ako, wala na pong sumasagot. Magandang tanghali po. Ayan. So we're continuing on with plenary number 3, and I am much honored to be with you this day. So from the previous discussion, some themes are very clear, and we'd like to take off from that. That local economic development is a contextual challenge that requires market-driven, outcomes-oriented innovations from local governments. From the previous sessions, we saw some indicative basics to achieve this. There should be infrastructure investments, governance platforms such as offices and committees, technical capacities built, and focal persons for tourism and investments. There should be sound, culturally sensitive, and evidence-based policies, plans in the local levels, communications and branding, and strategic partnerships with local business actors. So I'd like to take off from there, because taking these strategies and elevating them into a competitive standard requires bolder approaches from our local governments. So we will hear now for this plenary some of our LED champions on and listen to what they have done in their localities, guided by questions such as, what does it take to be a champion of inclusive, vibrant, sustainable local economies? And what strategies and measures should LGUs observe to attract new public and private investments? So at this point, let me introduce the panel of discussants for plenary 3, starting off with the mayor of the city of Naga, Honorable John Bonga. He currently serves as the Naga City's mayor, of course. Metro Naga's aggressive pro-investment platform has yielded positive results, from prompting the Bureau of Local Government Finance of the DOF to certify Naga's strong local revenue base from real property and business taxes because of its robust economy, controlling a 44% share in the total revenues of all 7 cities in the Bicol region. Mayor Bonga first entered public service as city councilor in 2001, becoming one of the most prolific councilors in Naga. Before becoming an elected official, Mayor Bonga practiced law in Makati and later becoming corporate secretary and assistant vice president of the Mega World Corporation. He also served as national director for the legal aid of the Integrated Bar of the Philippines. May we call on stage Mayor John Bonga. We'd also like to call on Ms. Velma Jane Lau, the Local Economic and Investment Promotion Officer of the province of Iloilo. Ms. Velma Jane Lau is the Local Economic and Investment Promotion Officer of the province as a champion of LED. She helped create a competitive local tourism industry in the province, resulting to a 34% increase in tourist arrivals and 130.1 million peso worth of new investments between 2013 and 2015, out of which 512 new direct jobs were created. So let us call on stage. She's already here, Miss Lara. And our final discussant for this noon is Mr. Roberto Alabado III, the Regional Director, the Acting Regional Director of Davao Region. Is he here? Prior to serving his current post, he served in Davao City's Planning and Development Office. He also taught urban and regional planning in the University of the Philippines for 8 years. R.D. Alabado has a master's degree in regional development planning and a background in community development. He also has a graduate diploma in regional development planning and management from Universidad Dorno in Germany. So without further ado, I present to you our panelists for plenary 3. So just like the other sessions, we'll request each one to give their notes and then to give their speeches. Where would the timer person? So there will be 7 minutes. Is there someone who will time them? Okay, so our timers will be here on this side, so you can be informed of their progress. So let's start off with our good mayor. Let's call on stage. Let's call on to the floor. Mayor John Boga.
Thank you very much, Sarina. Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Good morning. I hope you enjoy your lunch. Well, I'm actually in the thick of the campaign. I'm a second-termer mayor after serving for 3 consecutive terms as councilor of the city of Naga. I was the one who took over after Jessa Moreno's tenure as mayor of the city of Naga in 2010. And to tell you the truth, we're in the thick of our campaign as I go into the 3rd term of my 3-term tenure as mayor of the city of Naga. But I cannot miss this event. I'd rather miss the campaign than miss all of you. So it's a privilege to be part of this occasion. So let me start my very brief presentation. My presentation is more of a presentation of photos than more talk. So I have been tasked to present our initiatives on tourism in the city of Naga. And the topic is working with the private sector for inclusive economic growth in Metro Naga. Metro Naga is a group of 15 or 16 LGUs with the city of Naga at the center. But before that, the city of Naga is located in the Bicol region, for those who don't know. And we are in a peninsula. It is a landlocked city, so we don't have the luxury of beaches, but we are surrounded by beaches actually, to the north, to the south, and to the east. To the east, the Carmoan Islands, which is famous for the Survivor series, and a host of other beaches in the province of Camarines Sur. And down south is Mayon volcano, which is located in the province of Albay. That's it. We are a landlocked city, and Metro Naga is an alliance of, as I said, 15 municipalities, right at the core of Camarines Sur, CamSur. So we found the need for more inclusive growth in Metro Naga. So we thought of this project called Tooling Up for Tourism. Naga City has not been known for tourism at all. When you hear Bicol, the word Bicol, the one thing that comes to your mind is Mayon volcano. If not Mayon volcano, it's Putanding in Sorsogon. Or, of course, our very own Peña Francia Festival, which comes once a year. It's not a year-round attraction for tourists, but it is the center of religious celebration, not only in Bicol, but for all Marian devotees in the entire country and from other parts of the world as well. Meron lang sasabi na kung nasaan merong Bicolano, merong Peña Francia Fiesta. Whether you are in New York, in Japan, in Saudi Arabia, in Australia, there's always this celebration that binds all Bicolanos together wherever they are in the world. So the concept of tooling up for tourism was actually developed with the help of LGSP-LED. So I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all the donor institutions that made this project possible, led by the City of Naga, I being the chairman of the Metro Naga Development Council. So that's Metro Naga, and the attractions you see in the photos all over the province of Camarines. So what are the challenges in 2011? I became mayor in Naga in 2010, and in 2011, one of my priorities is how we can increase the potential of the city of Naga as a tourism destination. So we thought of partnering with the private sector to be able to develop and improve this concept of tooling up for tourism by capacitating not only industry-related private sector stakeholders, but local governments as well. Because local governments should be taking the lead in this initiative. So we have the absence of concerted efforts to develop Metro Naga's tourism potential, no tourism promotion program, lack of support from tourism establishments, low standards of service and quality of tourism workers and establishments. Not to mention that Naga is not even on the radar screen of the Department of Tourism. So we should make some noise so that the national government agency concerned with tourism will be able to notice us. So this is what we did. So the plan: engage the private sector, create a tourism brand, and promote at very little cost, establish industry standards, and develop capabilities. The government's role is to enable the private sector to generate more business and jobs. To achieve this, we have to engage them in meaningful dialogues and gain their trust and confidence. So we really have to start from zero. Dati kanya-kanya. I don't mind you. Well, for as long as I develop my hotel, I don't care about other hotels. Right now, because of this tooling up for tourism, all hotel establishments of different degrees of amenities that they offer are now networking with each other, depending on the kind of clientele and market that are going to or coming to the city of Naga. This is the formula. We have the government, and we have the tourists, the businesses. So you combine the synergy among the three, and we were able to gather the expectations and come up with policies and programs based on the expectations that we gathered from all of these partners from the private sector. We also secured the support of the private, of course, the private sector, because of their crucial role in ensuring the inclusive planning and effective implementation of tourism-related policies and programs. So you see that all of these are started with a lot of meetings, a lot of exchange of ideas, brainstorming, starting from zero. We're not on the radar screen of DOT. We're not even in the map except during September because of Pentefancia. And of course, because of the governance excellence in the city of Naga, being the center of good governance in the country. So the brand is Naga Excursions. So that's it. Meaning excursions away from Naga. Not only concentrate on Naga, but also other adjoining municipalities that provide potential for attracting tourists. These are the 4 areas of tourism that we focus on: spiritual excursions, heritage excursions, eco tours, excursions, islands excursions. Spiritual, heritage, eco tours, islands excursions. So the efficiency of Naga, we were able to complement with a lot of things that are being offered by our adjoining municipalities. So this is the center of religious celebration in Metro Naga. So these are this is the website, Naga X. Social media, we have can see that we're using extensively the social media to promote Naga X. Farm tours, these are the initial familiarization tours. We invited bloggers, reporters from national dailies, from the major networks, sometimes at their own expense, to be able to promote Naga X. And we also have articles published in different publications about all of these initiatives that we're doing in the city of Naga. Travel fairs, collaterals, so we participate every time that we are invited. So, reputation playing a key role in tourism. We worked with the private sector to ensure that tourism establishments and workers meet acceptable national standards. So we also capacitated them on emergency rescue, because we have waterfalls, we have beaches, we have mountaineering, etc. Okay, so can you just present the last few slides, because I'm wrapping up. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So these are the results. DOT accredited accommodations, the highest in the Bicol region. Next slide, please. Increase in tourist arrivals. Next slide. This is the table, the graph, that shows the increase in tourist arrivals in the city and in Metro Manila. So that's it. Thank you very much.
So we thank Mayor Mongat for his presentation. What's compelling about what's shared within the time allotted to the good mayor is that there was a question earlier about how local governments can be seen by national government agencies so that they can do their tourism promotions. And you have an example here from Naga City, wherein they proactively and aggressively place themselves in the map. And with a good governance reputation in Naga City, of course, it's not very hard to leverage on the convening power of the local government to create marketing and tourism consortiums around that reputation. So that's a good start for our plenary. We'll now call on Ms. Velma Jane Lau to share her thoughts for us.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm sorry, it's already good afternoon. One of the biggest challenge this morning in speaking to you, in front of you, is how to condense my presentation in just very few slides. But let me just present to you this morning local economic development, the case of Iloilo province. Before, I joined the Iloilo provincial government in 2010, but prior that, I was the assistant project manager of the Great Unit Project, a Canadian-funded project also. And prior that, I worked with the Department of Trade and Industry for 10 years. And I was also assigned in the Investment Promotion Center of Iloilo, and at the same time in the ICT sector, growing the ICT sector in Iloilo. So for those who know, in Iloilo, the first few ICT companies that came in, we were really a part of it. So this morning, I would just like to present to you the case of the province of Iloilo, how we developed our own local economic development program. And of course, we would like, next slide please, I would like to share with you that we started the creation of the LED unit in 2014. No, only in 2014, around second half of the year. And there was an executive order creating the Provincial Investment Promotion Unit as provided in the Incentives Code. Now, I would agree with Sir Bilu's earlier saying that we should not wait for the national government to issue the memorandum, but like in our own local government, we should, do our share and really push for investments because the competition never sleeps. So with that, I would like to share with you our framework in achieving local economic development in Iloilo. So of course, we anchor our ultimate outcome, we anchor it on the Philippine Development Plan, which is poverty reduction and inclusive growth. And that's the Philippine Development Plan of the Pinoy's administration. And of course, we want to achieve increased investments and increased jobs. Now, we have what we call self-imposed mandates in Iloilo province. Right now, we call our unit as the Local Economic Development and Investment Promotion Unit, or Center, and it's already established. I will share later the ingredients of a successful LED program. But we have 4 self-imposed mandates. We tried to, see where we can fit in. So we have these strategies. First, of course, the first self-imposed mandate that we have is, of course, enhancing enabling environment for LED. We see that as a provincial government, it is our job, it is our task also to assist the local government units, the municipal government units, to make province of Iloilo business-friendly and competitive. We cannot say the province of Iloilo is competitive without helping our municipalities. And the second is micro-enterprise development. Now, as you can see, I didn't say small or medium, but I only stated there micro, because we first assist the small businesses, the micro businesses, enterprises in Iloilo. The third self-imposed mandate is, of course, investment promotion. And then the fourth, it's colored blue because this is a new addition, workforce development. Under that, if you can see, are our strategies. Now, how do we do the enhancing of the enabling environment? We do that through capacity development. Later, I will show pictures. Through partnerships. They have been telling that, they have been saying partnerships and convergence, and that is a very, I think, important key element in developing local economic development. And also, we create enabling structures. And for the micro-enterprise development, we do enterprise trainings. We have product development. We do trade fairs and marketing events. These are our strategies for micro-enterprise development. For investment promotion, our strategies are data generation and provision. We provided this to our investors. We have investment promotion. We have facilitation and servicing. And for the workforce development, we have skills training, competency assessments, and job matching. Now, next slide would give evidence to what we're doing. Now, when we say capacity development, we have different themes. So we capacitate the local chief executives, we capacitate the economic and investment promotion officers, the officials and other LED actors in the locality. So in themes of, for example, entrepreneurial leadership, in policy enhancement sessions, in trainings, in investment promotion. So these are just pictures. These are just some of the pictures. Actually, we could not fit in everything that we have done in capacity development, but this we do, not just to the provincial government, but to the municipal governments that is composing the province of Iloilo. Next slide, please. We also do partnerships. We capitalize on partnerships with the national government agencies, with the local government agencies, with civil society, with people's organizations, call the Island Sustainable Development Association Alliance in Northern Iloilo, where we're working, where LGSP-LED project has been implemented, and we have a lot of associations that we're working with, and we realize that this is one also of the key elements of a very good LED program in Iloilo province. Next, please. We also have enabling mechanisms and structures. Now, this we have two things. We have the soft enabling mechanisms and structures, and we have the hard part. Of course, for enabling mechanisms, we have the plans, the policies that were put in place. So that right now we have already the Workforce Development Plan for Iloilo. We have the Northern Tourism Iloilo Circuit Plan. We have incentives code. We have revenue code. We have all the policies that should be put in place to make our locality business friendly. But aside from that, we also have the hard structures. As you can see, we have the tourism centers, info centers. There's rehabilitation of the ports, of the markets, of these things, so that our locality will be more tourism friendly, business friendly, and will be more attractive to more investments. So, and next slide, please. Now, on micro enterprise development, we're so glad that the governor requested the Department of Trade and Industry. You know, negotiation centers are found, like for example, some takers are private sector, some are in DTI. But you know what? The negotiation center in Iloilo is based in the province, in the provincial government. So it's in the Iloilo provincial capital, and we have a focused and deliberate effort to really capture our micro enterprises that are growing in the municipalities. So if we see a potential in you, even if you're in northern Iloilo, you're far from barangays, if you're doing a good product, then we help you out. So we have this, we also do the mobile entrepreneurship clinics. So we go to the far-flung barangays, to island barangays, to do this mobile entrepreneurship clinics. We have financing forums, etc., etc. And just recently, we have already the Integrated Entrepreneurs of Iloilo, Philippines, a group of entrepreneurs, micro-entrepreneurs in the province of Iloilo that we are helping out. Next slide, please. We also have product development, souvenirs, what do you call this? Souvenirs, food products, and then the tourism products also that we develop. And now we have better products to offer to our tourists and to people who come to Iloilo. Next slide, please. And we do trade fairs and marketing events. You can see the different trade fairs that we participate in. Next slide, please. We also have data generation and provision. This one is really at the initiative of the province. So we prepare investment briefs, we prepare investment project concepts, and we have profiles, infographics, we have the spark bits, we have cost of doing business that we do in the LED unit. Next, and we give that to our investors. When they come, we have ready information to give to them. They don't have to go from one agency to another, they have just to go to the LED unit. And then, investment promotion, of course, we do investment promotion, and you can see all the activities that we do. Next slide, please. 30 seconds more. Investment servicing, this is just examples of the investment servicing that we do. Many investors come, we entertain them, we give them information, we go around the province to help them out with their locations, etc., and we do that. We do servicing, we do facilitation, we provide documentary assistance in the investment promotion center. Next, and for the workforce development, of course, this is a skills training. You know, we want to build resilient communities. So in Northern Iloilo, we had water search and rescue and boat operations, we had diving trainings, etc., to make our communities more resilient in that part of the province. So for the last, yes. So this capacity development, this partnership, enabling structures and mechanisms, enterprise trainings, product development, trade fairs, and all these things that we did, all the strategies that we did has resulted to the increased capacity of our labels and other LED actors in making our LGS business friendly. It has improved the policies and systems and processes and structures. It has strengthened partnerships and convergence. And you know what? It has also increased sources of LED. We constantly get funding from the OSP, from DTI, and we have improved knowledge and skills of entrepreneurs for our micro-enterprise development. We have stronger and viable enterprises. We have increased exposure to new markets. We have accurate accurate and timely business information. We have enhanced investor experience. Some investors are telling us that ever since they started in Iloilo, they didn't have any, they did not feel that they are asked for, that we are asking for money from them, but they feel satisfied with the services that are given to them. And then the last, improved skills of workforce. We have competitive and world-class labor force and better access to job opportunities. That will result further to business-friendly and competitive localities, vibrant and sustainable enterprises. We have improved investment climate and skilled workforce. Now, these are our KRAs, key result areas: new jobs and employment, increased investments, and increased household income, which again, we anchor in the Philippine Development Plan outcome, poverty reduction, and inclusive growth. And the last slide, for Northern Iloilo, these are our results. From 2013 to 2015, we have increased our tourist arrivals. And you know what? In the what they call this TripAdvisor, out of those who gave feedback on their experiences in Northern Iloilo, actually I zoomed in Northern Iloilo. This is a reduced fractal model of the things that we do as a province. So we zoom it in now to the Northern Iloilo. 75% said that they have excellent experience in Northern Iloilo when they visited Northern Iloilo for their vacation, etc. And we created new jobs, 512. Next slide. And we have new investments, which was said earlier. So we have private investments of 85.75 and public investments 44.35 million. These are direct investments. Now, we did not count the indirect investments that came to the circuit. And then, so this resulted to the increased household income of the constituents of Northern Iloilo. So, last three points, I would like to say that one of the key, the three key elements of successful local economic development is really first, a clear direction and support of the local chief executive. And of course, in our case, we have a very good negotiator also in the person of our provincial administrator, Dr. Raul Banyas. He's a very key person in negotiating these things to the governor. And then the second is strong policy support. It's another key element in local economic development. And the third, which is also very important, is competent, committed, and passionate people in the LEDIP center or in the LEDIP unit. So with that, from my governor, Arthur Defensor, from the Iloilo provincial government, and from the LED team of Iloilo province, thank you so much. If you need to know more about Iloilo, please come. We will invite you to learn of our experiences, and we are happy to have you in Iloilo. Thank you.
Maraming salamat naman. Such energy that enlightens us all. And our congratulations to your team and our good governor, Arthur Defensor. What's critical about the story is that she, Miss Lau, started off with the note that they did this half of 2014, right? They started doing this half of 2014 and we're halfway in 2016. And you can see how such focused, disciplined, and aggressive approach on behalf of local government can yield such results of direct investments, 130M, and the 34% increase in the tourism arrivals in the province. So we'd like to congratulate again and commend the province for that. So moving forward now, our last sharer is the Regional Director of DOT in Davao. Let's call to present Mr. Roberto Alabama.
Mayong hapon sa tanan. Before I start my presentation, wag muna ako start on time. Stop mo. Okay, recently we had very sad events happening in my region, and we're very saddened about it. And may I request everyone to please rise and join me in a short prayer to commemorate our fallen tourist, Mr. John. advantage in my job. Anyway, good afternoon. Here in the Philippines, we have seen time and time again that the protection of our natural tourist attractions comes only after a pristine environment has started to be degraded by uncontrolled tourist development. To avoid this from happening in our locality, the provincial government of Davao del Norte, the island garden city of Samar, in partnership with LGSP-LED, decided to plan the development of Talikod Island in accordance to sustainable tourism principles. So, next slide please. So, why Talikod Island? Talikod Island is part of the island garden city of Samar, which is in front of Davao City. And while the main island, Samar Island, is outlettered with beach resorts in its western side, Talikod remains to be pristine with just a few resorts. But at the same time, while the main island's beaches are now dotted with private property lines, jetties, jutting out to the sea because they have made this into their property lines. In Talikod Island, a tourist can still enjoy long walks on white beaches, white sand beaches. So Talikod Island is actually the top island destination of Davao region. And you can see that we have our diving and island hopping activities there. And it has kilometers of flower gardens. Yes, it's kilometers there, and as well as dive spots, ideal for macro photography divers. On the other hand, Talikod Island still suffers poor infrastructure to accommodate the tourists and its accommodations. It lacks sustainable power supply. We don't have a level 3 potable water supply system. We lack good roads to access tourist spots within the island, and proper waste disposal systems are not present in the island. So, with more than it's more than 1 year of partnership with Talikod Island, the following programs were conceptualized. Next slide, please. The Talikod development of facilities, infrastructure, tourism, and services. So we call it Talikod Fits. Okay, so projects were identified, and these projects were the construction of wharf, the San Isidro Wharf along the main island to connect, to have better access to the smaller island. Then we have the development establishment of, we want to have an integrated renewable energy supply because we are now using diesel generators to electrify the island. Next, we would like to have an integrated potable water supply system and wastewater management system. We have to have a circumferential road, and that means a 17-kilometer or 18-kilometer circumferential road. Then we also would like to have Talikod Island resorts development to upgrade accommodation standards and quality of service and of our tourist establishments. So to come up with these, we have to have a multi-sectoral and multi-agency composed of the provincial government, the city government, and the barangay government, plus the different national government agencies. So just think, DILG, DOT, DPWH, PPA, BDI, BA, DNR, Coast Guard, Marina were organized. That's a lot of NGAs just to plan this island. So focal persons were given capacity building activities to assist them in coming up with a tourism development plan. Of course, with such people, it is possible. But to package these projects for investors, the LIPOs, the Local Economic Investment Promotions Officers of the LGUs, as well as the different agencies, were involved in creating the investment plans or portfolios of the identified projects, as well as come up with the marketing and communication plan. This is very important. But also equally important were local policies, existing local policies were also reviewed from the provincial and the city so that we can make the province and the island more investor friendly. The Talikod Fits investment promotions team was able to pitch these proposals in business conferences. So our local government officers were now acting like businessmen, marunong sila mag B2B. So they were present in the Mindanao Business Conference, Philippine Business Conference, the BIP-IAGA, Service, Trade, and Tourism Investment Conferences. They were all over. And they also engaged potential investors through multimedia, such as like the Spark Biz of LGSP-LED. The team also generated some interest, generated alam po tayo, hindi pa actual investment, generated from the private sector in the areas of renewable energy, as well as secured commitment from NGAs like the PPA and DPWH to fund to get national funds to have the infrastructure development, to start the infrastructure development inside the island. So 1 year is just too short to be able to accomplish much in terms of actual investment. But we have already started our marketing and hope that eventually we will be able to attract more investors in our island. So what are the lessons that we have here? Number one, multi-agency and multi-stakeholders working as a team make it easier to fund projects. Technical expertise is shared, information flows faster, to decision making is better. Next, supply and demand must be considered in investment if we are to ask for JV and for joint ventures or PPP. The profitability of the private sector's investment should be given utmost consideration. To improve the attractiveness of the island as a tourist destination, the Department of Tourism has partnered with the local tourist establishments to improve the quality of tourist establishments, create new tour packages, and promote the island. If investors can see the rising numbers in terms of tourist arrivals, then they will have more confidence in investing for the long haul. Inclusive development means also inclusive planning. While it is very tedious to have this type of planning process, but it is essential for stakeholders to avoid marginalization. We do not want our projects to be stuck up just because there is an issue of road right-of-way. The exercise of designing the Talikod Circumferential Road, for example, involved many consultations with the local community, not only with the LGUs, but between NGAs. These mid and long-term planning of investments on public infrastructures are essential in sustainable tourism. If we are so proud and recognize that our key tourism assets are our natural attractions like the seas and the beaches, like here in Talikod, then we should start investing on what is essential for its long-term utilization. If we believe that tourism is one of our key engines of growth, then we must invest in preparing our localities in the influx of tourists. Tourism promotions and marketing must be complemented with investments on infrastructure to enhance and protect our tourist destinations. The mantra that they say, build it and they will come, well, it only works if we have partners to build the needed infrastructure. So sustainable tourism is not just about promoting. My job in the Davao region is to promote Talikod Island. But I know that it will be very hard to succeed if the proper infrastructures are not there. Because if they're not there, then it will be just a short-term, short-lived effort of the Department of Tourism, because once destruction and degradation of the natural resources occurs, then so will tourism decline. So maraming salamat po.
What is striking about Mr. Alabado's sharing is that, the notion of inclusive planning, that there was a point in his presentation when he was enumerating all the agencies that they have to work with, and for us who know how it matters, it's a very tedious process to be able to convene and talk to all these groups, not just from government, but also from other sectors. So what we're hearing from the experience of Davao del Norte is that LGUs would have to assert itself, so that your national government agencies and other actors would honor the local government plans. In this case, the sustainable tourism plan, so that all the movement for LED will be sensitive to the local contingencies that the local government understands. So very good check. Palakpakan po natin muna ang ating tatlong analysts. At this point, we'd like to open the floor for questions, inputs, other happy reactions from our audience. Can be yes, ma'am. Please do approach a microphone.
Thank you, everyone, for your input. I thought it was terrific. One thing I was particularly impressed with was Mayor Mongot, who, as a mayor of a city, and your first time as a mayor, I mean, you were a councillor earlier, but as a mayor, early on, you saw the potential and the rewards of working in the regional context. So some of the tour, as we saw from the map, that a lot of the tourism sites were way outside of your city, but you could see the potential and the contributions that it would make to your city, to what the whole region does well. And this is something that the city of Iloilo has been doing for a long time. And the Canadian Urban Institute has been working in Iloilo for a long time, and we've had that theme, learning to think in like a region. So I commend you for that. And same in Davao, looking at what the city, what is good for the city and what is good for the region are one and the same. So I just wanted to make that comment, and maybe perhaps the mayor could speak to the origins of how that came to be that you saw the potential.
Well, first of all, as a mayor, you control the policies of the local government. You give directions to the city council, and you make a statement to the general public. You convey your directions for the city, and to tell you frankly, I'm very biased in favor of tourism because you don't need a lot of investments from the government to be able to improve tourist arrivals and everything. What we did was just to engage partnerships with the private sector. We know that we have a lot of deficiencies. The city of Naga doesn't even have an airport. The airport is located outside of the city, and it's not a world-class airport at all. It is a Cadillac type airport that can only accommodate turboprop planes. If you want to ride in bigger planes, you go to Legazpi, which is 100 kilometers away from the city of Naga. But in spite of all of these disadvantages, we were able to overcome all of those by taking advantage of what we have as a landlocked city. We saw the potential of Mount Isaro. Before, it's not even on the mountaineering map, but right now, because of Naga X, a lot of people are exploring the virgin forest of Mount Isaro, where within the territorial jurisdiction of the city of Naga, there are more than 7 waterfalls untapped and yet to be seen. There are a lot of people wanting to explore the ecotourism side of our 4-pronged approach in developing tourism: heritage, spiritual, and so on and so forth. That includes ecotourism. So aside from that, I wanted Naga to really prosper. And one way of really doing so is to be able to motivate the private sector, the local investors, improve your hotels. That's why we partnered immediately with the Department of Tourism to accredit the hotels from nil to 60%, as you've seen in the slides I presented to you, because we wanted quality in delivery of services of industry-related private sector engagement in tourism. So that's what we did, capacity building. Before the waiters didn't know how to deal with the tourists. We have to make do with what
the limitations, with what we have given the limitations that we were confronting then. But right now, we have placed Naga on the tourism map. The DOT has already noticed us. In fact, it is already actively collaborating with the city of Naga, not only with respect to our initiatives in promoting the largest Marla devotion in Asia, which is the Pedapansha Festival, but other areas of tourism as well. You know, of course, for a fact that the city of Naga has been excelling in a lot of best practices in governance. We have been catering to visitors from local governments since during the time of my predecessor, the late Secretary and Mayor Jesse Robredo, and we took advantage of it. We established the Jesse M. Robredo Center of Good Governance that handles all of the Lakbay-Aral tourists coming into the city. And the more we invite, I know that we don't invite necessarily, but the more they come, the more we have people getting into the hotels and of course trying to look into the city and other adjoining municipalities. So that's so right now from more than 1,000 beds, we already have more than 2,000 in just a matter of 5 years because of all of these active and proactive interventions. Mas mahalaga po kasi, it's very crucial for the government to be doing a lot of interventions because the government should play a major role in motivating the private sector to improve their services, to develop their own markets. And right now we have one hotel, a local hotel, that's in the top 10 of best business hotels in the country. Because of all the initiatives that the city government have introduced to be able to empower the marketing, the untapped marketing capabilities of all of these private industry tourism stakeholders in the city of Naga, like hotels, and so on and so forth. Thank you. Thank you for the first question. You hear Mayor Bongga, his big picture thinking translated very well into how he envisions the city. Yes, Ma'am Abs.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Your experiences clearly showed us the significance of vertical and horizontal alliances. My first question, I have two questions. My first question is, how did you manage the challenges that you confronted in alliance building, especially transcending political differences? The second question is, what clear actions do you think national government should do to inspire you more in pursuing local economic development?
Is there anyone from the panel who would like to go first, take a shot at the two questions first? So we have two dimensions to the question. Number one is alliance building. How do you do it, considering political differences, if you encounter them at all? And the second one is that how would the national government policy or action help you inspire and pursue what you're doing more? Anyone?
You want me to answer that first?
Yes, Mayor, if you want to go.
Okay. As regards the first question, Metro Naga, for example, the experience of Metro Naga. When I came in as a mayor of the city of Naga, the 14 municipalities belong to different political parties and political affiliations. In fact, prior to my assumption into office in 2010, the Metro Naga Development Council was not very active because of political differences.
what I did was, upon sitting as mayor, and they're looking up to the city to be able to do something about Metro Manila. I invited all of them, coming from different political perspectives and affiliations, to join hands together. I told them that the Metro Manila Development Council is an apolitical collaboration among LGUs, adjacent to each other, and wanting to be able to have an impact together in developing initiatives for the development of the entire area. So that's what we did. No politics, more focus on how we can work together as a group, and that's it. We were able to invite LGSP-LED to help us out in the area of tuning up for tourism. As regards the second issue, what is it?
National government. National government, how can it help?
Yeah, national government. This is what I have in mind. Often, the national government can pass a law and act a law that will require local governments to appropriate automatic and mandatory appropriations. In the same manner that local governments are directed to mandatorily appropriate 5% for gender development, 1% for senior citizens, 1% for PWD, 1% for children, and so on and so forth. This is mandated by law. If you want all local governments in the entire country to really move forward, to be able to implement many of their plans as regards promotion of tourism of their respective localities, well, mandate them to appropriate automatically for tourism, and mandate them to establish their respective tourism offices. Right now, there's no such mandate. That is why iba-iba. Pag ang mayor ayaw ng tourism, wala. Pag gusto, dahil mas importante daw ang social development and social services, nandoon. So it varies with time. But with that new mandate, that is a directive to all local governments and coming from the Department of Budget and Management, then I believe all local governments working together, more than 1,000 of them, focusing in appropriating money, because you cannot move without money. I mean, that's a reality. Let's accept it. Even with the best intentions that you have, you cannot do anything about promoting anything without money. So the national government should be the prime mover of this. Have a mandate, a right of the mandate, and direct all local governments to appropriate a certain percentage of their local development fund for tourism purposes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Interesting thoughts from the Mayor, ma'am.
Thank you so much for the questions. Maybe Mayor, hindi lang tourism kasi for Iloilo, our economic drivers are not just tourism. We have agriculture and we also have services, but maybe a budget for economic development really, focus on economic development. And for the first question, I would like to request later my provincial administrator to maybe add to what I'm going to say. But as to political affiliations, political issues, actually, since I started with I'm taking the perspective of an economic and investment promotion officer. I have not felt that challenge, that issue in the provincial government. You know, the mantra of our governor is for reform and change and transformation, and it is really pushing for good governance. So politics, for me, in the provincial government is not an issue. So like, for example, as long as your projects, the programs that you would want to implement are really for the good of the people, whether the area is for the governor or for the mayor or for what, it pushes through. We implement them. We go beyond. But you know, sometimes we go to the local area. Of course, there are political colors, but sometimes we capitalize on that quotation. What's in it for them? So sometimes we maybe negotiate, we leverage on that, and if it gives pogi points maybe for the mayor, we give them the due credit for that, so that our programs, our activities will push through in the local area. But as for the provincial government, since I started with LED, I have not experienced this kind of pressure. Doc, would you like to? Okay. And then for the second question on the national, what national support can be given for the local economic investment promotion officers? Maybe an enhancement of the competencies. You know, one of the clamors of the labels in the local areas, they do not know where to start. They do not know what to do. So maybe in pushing for local economic agenda, I think we need to really increase the capacities of our local economic investment promotion officers, particularly in the municipalities. So if the ILG, LGA can do something for them so that they can be more competitive as government workers. So like for example, right now in Iloilo province, we're doing our share to be the motherhead of this municipalities so that they can deliver project briefs, they can deliver their incentive codes, their revenue codes, etc., so that as a province we can be more business friendly and competitive. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your comments.
Yes, in our experience, when you say politics, it's not just between the political parties or the mayors, or governors, or the barangay captains. Sometimes it can become, it may be between the private sector and the local government units, right? So, what we did in Davao, in Davao region, especially in Saman, Talikod Island experience, is we followed the path of least resistance. Okay, so if we were going to go to the island, main island, then we would be involved in politics, the project I mean, because there is currently a conflict between the national government, the local government, and the private owners in terms of the implementation of the open beach policies. I was talking about the jetties, remember? Then, if we were going to push through with the project there, then we would have a big problem because private sector would never cooperate with us. So what we did was go to Talikod Island, and Talikod Island provided us with a very nice environment. There were just a few resorts there, and there were no violators of the open beach policy of the national government. Then we were able to talk to them much easier. So if there's a project, you have a timeline, don't be so bull-headed to push where you think you may not even succeed. So let's look for quick gains, small gains, but the small gains that we will have, let's believe that it will snowball eventually and capacitate our local government to implement projects. Next is, when we talk of national government, what we did in Talikod Island was the long list of national government agencies we included in our planning. Therefore, if these national government agencies like DOT, DPWH, PPA are involved in planning, then kasama po yung our technical people and our decision makers are very well aware of what's happening in Talikod. It became very, very easy for the mayor and the governor of Davao del Norte to request for funding. So when next year's budget came, the RDs were well aware of the needs of Talikod Island, and it was very, very easy for us to include them in our proposals for national budget funding. So I think that is a very big lesson that I learned in Talikod. It is the buy-in. DOT was part of everything. Therefore, when they requested for assistance, DOT freely gave it because they have shown interest. Having on the national government, especially the regional offices, we are always open to partnerships with local government units. If the local government units are expecting us to go down, then we only have limited resources to monitor actually going down. But if there is an intense interest from the local government unit, then we will never fail to respond.
Thank you, thank you. We hear very strategic notes on how they did their action in the localities. So I was informed that we can no longer accommodate any further questions, but I think our panelists will stay over lunch and you can approach them for other questions. So to wrap it up, our plenary sought to learn about championing inclusive, vibrant, sustainable, and resilient local economies. And what we hear from our sharers in this panel is that you really need big picture, sustainable, evidence-informed, aggressive action from the local governments to develop our localities para po paunlarin ang ating mga kanayunan at bayan. At tandaan po natin kung ano po ang makakabuti sa ating mga bayan ay siyang makabuti at ikuunlad ng ating buong bayan. So maraming salamat po. Magandang tanghali.
Thank you very much again to our panelists and our moderator. Again, I'd like to ask them to please remain on stage as I call on Ms. Lisa to please help us award the tokens of appreciation. Networking session. We will also be entertained shortly by a fabulous singer. And shortly thereafter, we will recognize the LED champions who have contributed to the success of promoting local economic development throughout these years. I'll be back in a few, but in the meantime, please enjoy your lunch. Maraming salamat. say on that. Well, you are finishing your lunch. We're going to be treated to world-class entertainment. Well, this is a wonderful singer who is a theater actor, four-chair turner of The Voice of the Philippines Season 2. He also played the lead role of Kenny from the hit musical Back in Ages, which I have personally seen, and I was really fascinated with the performances of the cast. And a member of the acclaimed Ryan Pemel singers. Please welcome on stage Mr. Popper Bernadas.
OPM po. So, medyo may konting English naman para makaintindi po yung mga current debates natin. So, this next song, it's called Kay Ganda ng Ating Musika.
Sige, huwag na lang po. Huwag na lang ako.
Ay sadyang nanginginig. Ang mula nang ako'y natutong umawit. Bawat sandali aking pilit mapatid. Ang himig na magtutuloy ating mapupulog at pagpatay. Di walang hindi magsasabi, ito na inyong dinggin. I just want to and from my last song, this is called Isn't She Lovely by Stevie Wonder.
Hello, by the way. I hope some of you are finished eating already because we're about quarter to 2 already in the afternoon. Anyway, I'm Del Maguna, and I'll be taking over from Ryan, who has to leave, unfortunately, for another meeting. I joined LGSP-LED formally last September 2015 as program officer. Some of you know me as a former LAPO of the province of Leyte. And it gives me a great pleasure to be in a position to welcome you to the afternoon session of today's National LED Forum. For those of you who have been part of the LGSP-LED journey for the past 8 years, I hope you will enjoy this afternoon session as we share with you that journey in vivid colors. May I call on our field director for the LGSP-LED program, Mr. Francis Hentoral, to present to you our achievements and lessons learned.
Good afternoon once again. Walang energy after late lunch. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Francis Hentoral, the Field Director of 8-year program, which is ending in the next few weeks. And I'm proud to present to you the accomplishments, the challenges we face in implementing the program for the last 8 years in a video.
gracefully, and how some of us weighed heavily. So anyway, we move on to the launching of the LED Resource Network portal and the turnover of the growing local economies in the Philippines publication. May I call on, again, Mr. Francis Natural to give us a short introduction of the portal.
So the gains of the program, we hope that will be sustained to support other local government units in the country. And one of the tools that we are developing with DILG through the Local Government Academy and the Bureau of Local Government Development is the local LED or the LED Resource Network. I'll give you a brief background of what a LED Resource Network is all about. Then we'll show you some features of the portal, and we will turn over this portal, which contains the different publications, the experiences, the case studies, and even the reports, the plans that the program has generated, prepared, and used in promoting tourism development as a tool for economic development in the country. So what is a LED Resource Network? It's actually a group of institutions that are cooperating and sharing local economic development programs, services, resources to benefit local governments, especially the local economic development teams, or properly what we call the Local Economic and Investment Promotions Officer. A LED Resource Network is like a community of practice of institutions who, among themselves, access local economic information, promote innovation and research for LED, and share resources as well as programs for common purposes, specifically for the local government units. This is concretized through what we call a LED Resource Network portal. It's an online platform of the network members to connect, share information, and stay updated on LED trends and issues. The portal contains information through or from the Smart Biz, training programs through the LED for LGUs courses, and maximizing the networking opportunities through the economic transformation teams or convergence mechanisms, and of course the Local Governance Resource Center of the Local Government Academy. We thought that to concretize this mechanism of sharing local economic development resources, we are developing a LED Resource Network portal. We would like to request Mike to open up the pages related to the LED Resource Network portal. So this is the portal that we are trying to hand over to Local Government Academy and DILG. What are the features of this portal? Can you hold on for a moment? I think in today's discussions during our plenary sessions, the importance of engagement, the importance of game changers and champions, the importance of evidence-based decision-making for economic development. And there is a hunger for more resources, convergence of resources from the national government agencies. So one of the starting points to do this is to use a LED Resource Network portal. Okay, this is the proposed portal that we would hope to leave behind that contains, can you click services? Services, training, information, and networking, resources, training resources, information resources, and networking opportunities. It will also contain Not so quick. Events. Okay. Resources would include, LED policies. I think one of our speakers, Bill Luz, today talked about numerous policies on local economic development that need to be repealed, they need to be enhanced. And this portal will contain policies, programs, what's the next step? Trends, tools and guides, and online publications. If you know, we included a flyer that contains original publications resulting from our experiences on local economic development. If you look at session 2, which talks about tourism circuit planning, we have a guide developed as a result of our experience on developing a tourism circuit. There's also a guide on destination marketing and branding. There are guides on making your LGU business friendly, teaching LGUs how to prepare business models or value propositions, business planning, and of course a number of other tools that other donors and agencies are currently preparing. So this information will be made available at the resource section of the page. Of course, there's a section on events, workshops, conferences, and of course, we hope that there will be some sort of a registration for users. Click the next please. Users. Okay. So what you hope to do for you is to register yourself. We will create a username, a password. Then you're able to download materials that are available from the program, and of course from other LED or economic development programs, and even policies and pro services and resources available for LGUs if they want to make their local economies more competitive. The original intent of this LED Resource Network is like a community of practice for local economic and investment promotion officers. But these are actually open to other local government department heads and functionaries. I was talking to one of the participants today about the need to organize a LAPO, an association of LAPOs, and the association is like a networking, engaging you, sharing practices, but this portal can be one of your tools to continue on discussions and engagement. And this is a work in progress at the moment. For example, this page, which I cannot explain well, we have all the case studies. You can download them as long as you register first. You register first, we'll give you a password and username, then you can download materials available. This is our contribution to sustain LGSP-LED activities in the next 8 years or 16 years ahead of us. And this is our contribution to build the nation. As we always say, we want to support economic development. We hope to grow more local economies in the Philippines, because more local economies growing in the Philippines will mean a more competitive nation in the future. So I think that's one of the major leave-behinds of the program. And with that, I'll bring back the microphone to Nell.
Thank you very much, Sir Francis. As the administrator of the LED Resource Network portal, may I request Director Maribel Sacendoncillo of the Local Government Academy to be on stage for the ceremonial turnover of the portal. May I also call on Mr. Stephen Weaver, Ms. Genevieve Aselin, Ms. Sandra Bouquet, Ms. Lisa Cavicha, Director Annalisa Bonagua, and Yusek Edwin Enrique to join us on stage for the ceremonial turnover as well of the publication.
in behalf of the Department of Interior and Local Government, actually I wanted Yusek and Rayleigh to do this for us. Pero inutusan ako kaya susunod. In behalf of the DILG, the DILG family, and the Local Government Academy, and in behalf of the local governments in the Philippines, we'd like to thank LGSP-LED, SIDA, and the Government of Canada for this wonderful gift. This will enhance our role as knowledge manager for local governments. This is a valuable addition to the tools, the products that we have already for local governments. I must admit that this is a challenging task ahead of us, bringing local governments to where they should be in contributing to national development. But again, with the abundance of the products, systems that have been developed in the 8 years, there is no reason we should not be able to create more results out of these tools and products that have been developed. So again, in behalf of everyone in capacity development, thank you, Canada, for this wonderful gift. Our gratitude will be seen by the results that will be created out of this gift. And that will be our gift to the people of Canada. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Director Max. For our keynote speaker, it is indeed a pleasure having him with us today. We are curious to hear his thoughts on supporting inclusive and resilient local economies in the Philippines and how he sees the program evolving after LGSP-LED. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Stephen Weaver, Counselor and Head of Development Cooperation, representing Ambassador Neil Reader of the embassy of Canada.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And greetings to all the national and local government partners, private sector, civil society, academia, and certainly the project team who have put together a wonderful celebration here this afternoon and very informative. I think we should give them all a hand. Thank you. Ambassador Reader really wanted to be here with us today. He allocated the time in his schedule actually to be here for the entire day. Unfortunately, the recent tragic events and the ongoing work that's related to that has kept him within the embassy, as I'm sure that you would all understand. And I'm sure that our thoughts go to him at these difficult times and the work that the team in the embassy continues to do in that regard. He has asked me to represent him at this meeting, and as a result, the words that I will be reading will be his own. But before I get into his actual speech, I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I was very impressed with the quality of the presentations today. I've only been in the Philippines for less than a year, but I've been fortunate in that time to be able to travel to many of the places that were represented here today, such as Davao, Dumaguete, Siquijor, Naga City, Iloilo, and they're wonderful places, world-class tourism destinations. And it gives me great pleasure then to hear all the benefits that this program has been able to do and the work that has been able to achieve, the success it has been able to achieve with the LGUs in these areas. Key to this success, of course, has been the public-private partnerships that we've heard so much about today, and the dynamic local leadership that has been required has sustained the results that we have seen today. And we can only hope that as this project comes to a close after 8 years of very diligent work, that these results will only continue to build over time. Without further ado, I will now move on to the Ambassador's comments. begin with saying the ambassador would be very pleased to be here today for this culminating event that celebrates the great success of the Local Governance Support Program for Local Economic Development, or LGSP-LED. Canada and the Philippines have mutually benefited from our long and warm relations. As you may already know, the Philippines has now become the #1 source of new immigrants to Canada, and this diaspora continues to vocally advocate for a strong, close working relationship between our two countries. Canada and the Philippines are also becoming increasingly important trade partners, and this relationship is being further enhanced through ongoing free trade discussions. For many years, Canadian companies have also viewed the Philippines as offering significant investment potential, largely due to the high quality of its human resources. This has led firms such as Sun Life, Manulife, and TELUS to significantly ramp up their investments here over the past few years. When it comes to our International Development Assistance Program, the Government of Canada is a long-standing partner of the Philippines government in its pursuit of inclusive growth. Due to this close working relationship, it came as no surprise when in June 2014, the Philippines was added to the list of Canada's 25 countries of focus for its international development efforts. Canada's International Development Program in the Philippines focuses on improving the investment climate and the competitiveness of key economic sectors, such as agribusiness and tourism, as well as advancing economic opportunities of poor women and men through skills for employment and enterprise development. Canada's development reputation in the Philippines has been built on long-standing support to decentralization and local governance, private sector development, and more recently, local economic development. Some of you may recall that Canada was at the forefront of the decentralization process in the Philippines when the Local Government Code was adopted in 1991, which formally devolved local public administration and various public service delivery responsibilities to local government units. This is when the Local Government Support Program, LGSP, was born, which has become a well-known brand of its own throughout the Philippines. We are very proud to have worked so closely and productively with the Department of the Interior and Local Government, DILG, throughout all these years while implementing the various LGSP iterations across the country. And we're certainly very happy to be here today to celebrate this long, successful partnership with you. In the span of 25 years and through various LGSP iterations, LGSP-1, LGSP-2, LGSP-R, and now, most recently, LGSP-LED, Canada and DILG have worked with more than 400 local government units, or 25% of all city and municipal LGUs in the Philippines, primarily in the Visayas and Mindanao. These programs strengthen local government's capacity in leadership, management, resource generation, participatory governance, and most recently, local economic development. It quickly became clear to the ambassador during his travels across the country after he arrived in 2015 that LGSP is by far the most well-known program supported by Canada in the Philippines. Many of the local government officials that he met with proudly highlighted how their LGU had benefited directly from LGSP program. And certainly in my travels around the country, I've experienced the same thing. It's the most, wherever I go, it's certainly the most commonly raised program that we support. As a result, the ambassador was very proud that through LGSP, we've been able to share Canada's knowledge and expertise to contribute to the development of local government structures and a generation of local leaders across the country that are committed to more effective, transparent, and accountable local governance. Through this latest iteration, LGSP-LED, the project worked with DILG on the design and implementation of its program on business-friendly and competitive LGUs. This program pilot tested LED approaches, policies, rules, and regulations in 17 cities and 100 municipalities across 17 provinces in the country, targeting two main priority sectors, tourism and agribusiness. The private sector, represented by the strong network of the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, was a strategic partner of DILG in implementing LGSP-LED. As a key driver of economic growth, it was imperative that the private sector not be left out of LED strategies. By engaging the private sector and communities in pursuing local economic development, this created a more favorable local environment for business growth, investments, and job creation, while also increasing the competitiveness of these local enterprises in national and international markets. As a result, since 2009, LGUs that adopted DILG's suite of LED policies and tools have attracted a total of 55 billion Philippine pesos of new public and private sector investments and generated more than 26,000 jobs. It's a very significant success. However, sadly, Super Typhoon Yolanda showed us how LED gains could be easily and quickly reversed. This prompted DILG to adjust the LED tools to integrate climate change, adaptation, and mitigation measures in order to strengthen resilience and reduce disaster risks. Overall, at the end of the project, what LGSP-LED leaves behind are LGUs and private sector actors who have gained a strategic vision of what constitutes an inclusive, competitive, and resilient local economy. I hope this forum today was an opportunity to further learn and share your experiences in this regard. Some of our LED champions have told their stories, and I truly hope that others will be inspired by them. Canada is honored to have been a part of the pioneering experience of shaping and fine-tuning LED policies and tools in the Philippines, which are now accessible to all through, or we just launched, the LED Resource Network. As LGSP-LED comes to an end, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to DILG and the members of the LGSP-LED Program Steering Committee for their diligent advice and support in implementing LGSP-LED. We are confident that DILG and its partners will sustain and scale up the work that we've only just started to do. Due to the demonstrated benefits that a focus on LED can bring, we are quite confident that these results will be replicated by other LGUs that make it a priority to build stronger partnerships with local business associations, academia, and civil society, joining forces in the pursuit of competitive and resilient local economic development. I would also like to commend our LED champions for having dedicated their time and efforts to help ensure LGSP-LED's success. You are a great example for other LGUs, and without you, the project would not have been able to achieve these very impressive results. Congratulations to you all, and thank you very much. It's been fantastic.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weaver. It is truly gratifying that the Government of Canada remains our partner in paving the way for inclusive growth in the Philippines. At last, we are now at the most anticipated part of the program, the LED Champion Awards, as we recognize the people behind the success of the program. I'll just give you a backgrounder of why we're coming up with the award in the first place. This day is much awaited for us. We will honor people who have gone above and beyond what it means to do public service. Through this event, we are going to recognize the people and institutions that made the LGSP-LED possible and made exemplary results. Earlier in the morning, Ryan already gave you a backgrounder of the LGSP-LED project. But the program works at both national and local levels to provide better enabling environment for LGUs while improving the prospects of LED in communities. It conforms and mainstreams three cross-cutting themes: gender equality, environmental sustainability, and poverty reduction into its planning, implementation, monitoring, and management processes. The LGSP-LED approach draws heavily from the following interrelated interventions: partnership building, which involves shared responsibility for program implementation and results, accountability with partners; capacity development, which measures to enhance the institutional competencies of DILG and LGU's alliances require better systems for improving the skills and capacities of its human resources; and led strategic planning, which ensure an integrated, process-oriented, and non-prescriptive endeavor for DILG and LGU's alliances, and embraces local values, utilizes economic drivers, and considers sustainable development. And lastly, knowledge management, which upscale lessons learned from local level work to inform policy development and contribute to the development and dissemination of knowledge products across the country and region. Through this collaborative effort, it gave a sense of achievement and a sense of responsibility towards fulfilling further commitments. Please give a big round of applause for all the people and institutions which have given their time and effort, blood, sweat, and tears to make this program a stupendous success. May I request Mr. Stephen Weaverden and Director Annalisa Bonagua, Ms. Genevieve Vaseline, Mr. Francis Hantagal, Yusek Enrile, and Ms. Sandra Bouquet, and Director Dr. Randy Alampay and Executive Director Maribel Sasandoncillo to assist us during the awarding ceremonies. Here on stage, please. Next is, unfortunately, he's not here, Yusek for his dedicated efforts and untiring support in the successful implementation of the LGSP-LED program. The Bureau of Local Government receiving this award. to the LGUs, represented by Rector Maribel Sacedo. Next off is Mr. Manuel Botis for his dedication and understanding and completing the LGSP-LED project and valuable contribution to its success.
Pati mo kasama?
He used to handle the LGBT business. That's why he was the original chair of project management team. Director Manuel Botis. Now we move on to recognize the different DILG regional offices. First off is DILG Region 1 for the successful implementation of the One Pangasinan Alliance of LGUs, the Opal Organic Farming Sustainability Plan, represented by RD Julie Takiwa. Next off is DILG Region 4B for the successful implementation of the Sustainable Tourism Development for the Colonias Islands Project, represented by RD James Padrilla. Okay, in the middle. Alright. There. Alright. Thank you very much. We move on to DILG Region 5 for the successful implementation of the Legazpi Consol Tourism Circuit Development Project, represented by RD Loisa Pastor. Thank you very much. Next is DILG Region 6 for the successful implementation of the Rebuilding Economic Opportunities for Sustainable Tourism Project, the Mainstreaming Public-Private Economic Initiatives Project, and the Sustainable Tourism Development for Northern Panay Project, represented by RD Anthony Gude. Thank you. Move on to DILG Region 7 for the successful implementation of the community-based, eco-friendly, sustainable tourism for Northern Cebu Project, the Negros Oriental Tourism Circuit Development Project, and the Sikihor Sustainable Tourism Development Project,
represented by ARD Elias Fernandez. For his invaluable support to the success of the Northwest Lady Alliance and the local project, represented by RD Pedro Noval. For the successful implementation of the Sustainable Tourism Development and Business Enablement in the Igapos project, presented by RD Ananias Villacor. For the successful implementation of the Sustainable Tourism Development for the Calamianes Island Project, represented by RD James Padrina. Tourism Circuit Development Project, represented by RD Eloisa Pastor. For demonstrating entrepreneurial leadership in action for a more business-friendly LGU and an emerging tourism destination, represented by Mr. Jed Villanueva, the tourism officer. Circuit Development Project, represented by Ms. Cristina Reselis. For the successful implementation of the Rebuilding Economic Opportunities for Sustainable Tourism Project, represented by PA Raul Bates. Mario Lilios, Vilma J. Lau, and of course the Partnership Advisor. Represented by Governor Lito Coscoluela, Team Manzanares, and Lucille Herbolea. Please come on stage. You are the summer. With the successful implementation of the Sustainable Tourism Development for Northern Panay Project, represented by Mars Bernabé. Lego and Provincial Tourism Officer. For the province, thank you very much. For the province of Cebu, for the successful implementation of the community-based, eco-friendly, sustainable tourism for Northern Cebu project, represented by ARD and S. Fernandez, and of course the Partnership Advisor. You know who you are. And Malumzumi. And of course, Miss Rosalie, you are being requested as well to join. For the successful implementation of the Negros Oriental Tourism Circuit Development Project, represented by, again, Director Margie Biligan, and the PA, John Halandoni. Please join us on stage. And Miss Lovely Absi. And Sir Edwin Wu. For the successful implementation of the Secure Sustainable Tourism Development Project. Sorry. Elias, rather. Sorry, I apologize. And Mr. John Benondo. Thank you. Province of Davao del Norte for the successful implementation of the Sustainable Tourism Development and Business Enablement and the IGAPOS project, represented by RD Nani Vinaporta, PA Alfred Aliaga, Ms. Josie J. Ramanos, and Hazel Saka. For leading the regional convergence activities of LGUs, private sector, and NGAs in Davao for a more competitive Davao tourism industry, represented by Director Roberto Alabani. And last but not the least,
with the mentoring of the LGUs Negros Oriental on LED and investment for promotion represented by Mr. Edward Booth. Thank you very much. I request all our guests to go back to their seats. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the highlight of today's activity. Secretary Sarmiento sends his regrets that he could not join us today. However, he sent an able emissary to represent him. May I call on Undersecretary Edwin Enrile of the DILG Operations to read the message of the Secretary.
Good afternoon. An Honorable Stephen Weaver of the Canadian Embassy, Ms. Genevieve Afilan, First Secretary of the Canadian Embassy, Ms. Maribel Casilucillo of the Local Government Academy, Ms. Annalisa Bolacqua, our Director of the Bureau of Local Government Development, DILG Directors, Regional Directors, Ms. Sandra Pucay, Ms. Lisa Cavikia, Mr. Chris Frienesa of the PCCI, former Governor Lito Coscolluela. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of Secretary Melvin and Sarmiento of the Department of the Interior and Local Government, I am thankful for this opportunity to close this event, the Forum on Growing Local Economies Through Business-Friendly and Competitive Local Governments, the culminating activity of an 8-year partnership between the DILG and the Canadian government on a positive note. To participants, I hope that the 3 plenary sessions were fruitful, and I congratulate all the speakers who shared their expertise on relevant issues such as ASEAN economic integration, competitive local tourism, and inclusive growth. The forum granted us all the opportunity to share a breadth of ideas, to build relationships with new partners, thus widening our local and global networks, and to pledge ourselves as stakeholders and active participants in local economic development. Friends, though we near the end of the current administration's term, we anticipate further development from the rapid pace of economic developments which gain momentum with the Daang Matuloy. Our country's real GDP has grown by an average of 6.2% in the last 6 years, the highest since the 1970s. We have successfully reduced and maintained fiscal deficit to within 2% of the GDP. In the course of a decade, our debt burden fell from 32% in 2005 to 15.3% in 2015. Now our credit rating with all 3 major credit rating agencies is at investment grade. It is an exciting time to invest in the wealth of a country now regarded as Asia's next economic size. But let's then share the following challenges in sustaining this momentum and making the benefits of growth inclusive. Reducing poverty in the countryside and creating more jobs, maximizing the particular strengths of local units and empowering them to perform in business-friendly and competitive environments, upholding good governance as a pillar of local economic development, and adopting a whole-of-nation approach to economic development. The DILG wholeheartedly supports our collective pursuit of inclusive growth and broad-based poverty reduction by enabling local government units to become more business-friendly and competitive. For example, by working against bureaucratic red tape and graft and corruption that takes a toll on employment creation, with a faster and more efficient business permit and licensing system, and by actively promulgating local policies and ordinances for business investment, attraction, and retention. Each of our LGUs oversees individual communities with particular demographics, culture, assets, and material resources that set them apart from others in the country. Even as we face realities such as urbanization in the different provinces, it is urgent that LGUs nourish their best assets such as their natural resources and navigate the industries in which they shine. We have to realize that despite the trend of urbanization, not all LGUs should and could become very busy urban hubs like Metro Manila. LGUs instead must focus instead on industries that is uniquely theirs and in which they have competitive advantages. To do this, our local leaders must harness its people's potential to rally them towards participatory governance. It is hence indispensable that our local chief executives veer away from being traditional political leaders. It is time for them to step up as economic managers who can spearhead programs for the locality. As economic managers, they are duty-bound to harmonize their local plans to the government's overall plan. This is how we must move forward. Lastly, let us be united as stakeholders in the whole-of-nation approach. LGUs, national agencies, the private sector, and our international partners, synergizing efforts in local economic development. For spearheading the collaborative effort towards local economic development, I would like to especially honor and thank the Government of Canada for their assistance through the DILG's Local Governance Support Program for Local Economic Development started in 2008. Through the LGSP-LED, DILG has helped LGUs engage the local private sector in developing more competitive local industries and creating tourism circuits that spur investments and employment. LGUs under the LGSP-LED program have attracted over 55 billion pesos in investment and over 26,000 new jobs for their communities as of March 2016. We draw further inspiration from our various LGU leads, LGU partners, our partners in the private sector such as the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and local private sector associations and international development partners who have become champions for local economic development. Our goal now is to strengthen the links of LGUs and stakeholders to the national government agencies, harmonizing local efforts in local economic development with national programs and activities. With the continued support of the national government agencies, local government units, and private sector partners, the DILG commits to scaling up the local economic development program across the country and engaging as many partners as possible to foster tourism development, agribusiness development, investment growth, and job creation in local communities. We acknowledge the breakthroughs made by the Department of Tourism, the Department of Trade and Industry, the National Economic Development Authority, the National Convergence Initiative of the DA, the Department of Agrarian Reform, and the Department of Environment and Natural Resources, the Department of Finance, and the Department of Budget Management for the support throughout the project life of LGSP-LED. More power to all of you in your endeavors, and congratulations again to all and a good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Yusek Edwin and Ray. It has been a long 8 years and short 8 years. Long because of all the reports, deliverables, struggles, and challenges we encountered along the way. Short because of lasting friendships, good memories, camaraderie, and the gains of the LED program contributed to our communities. It is short indeed, since there are still more to be done on the ground. The challenge now is for our LGUs to be the game changers for local economic development. As the saying goes, every end is a new beginning. In behalf of the Local Government Academy, Department of Interior and Local Government,
the Government of Canada, Canadian Urban Institute, the Colleges and Institutes Canada, my LGSP-LED colleagues, the CA, thank you all for attending our culminating activity. May I request some of you to please be here on stage for the photo opportunity if you want. With our officials from the Government of Canada, together with our officials from the Government of Canada. Please. Minsan lang to. Another 8 years.
Stage na po, ma'am.
And of course, the Philippine Chamber of Commerce and Industry, our private sector partner. Thank you very much, PCCI.
May room pa sa taas. Or sa front. Pwede rin dito sa front para 3 layers. Hindi yata magkakasya. Hindi talaga. Kailangan pa dito sa baba. Ay! Sumilip talaga.
Tinawag ka? Thank you, ha. Anto ka na?